semillas con tu paz. Solo si tienes puedes dar. La paz no es un decreto, es una forma de vivir, un camino a seguir.
Thank you. Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. All the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. You may say, hey, I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. And the world possessions, I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. Brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You, the only one. I hope someday you'll join us.
There comes a time when we heed a certain call, when the world must come together as one. There are people dying. Oh, and it's time to lend a hand to life, the greatest gift of all. Somewhere we soon meet God's great big family, and the truth, you know, love is all we need. We are the world, we are the children,
Making, we're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a better day. Just you
And free, as God has shown us, by turning stone to bread.
and so we all must lend a helping hand. We are the world, we are the children,
We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving.
oh, there's a choice we're making, we're saving our lives. It's true, we make a better day, just you and me.
paix. Salam shalom. Nous poursuivons la paix. Salam shalom. Poursuivons la paix. Salam shalom. We believe in peace. 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 Salam shalom. Creemos en la paz. Salam shalom. Creemos en la paz. Salam shalom. We will work for peace. Salam shalom. We will work for peace. Salam shalom. We will work for peace. Salam shalom. Salam shalom. Salam shalom. Nous œuvrons pour la paix. Salam shalom. Nous œuvrons pour la paix.
Buenos días, sábado 5 de diciembre. Bienvenidos, colegas, amigos, amigas de Chile, de Estados Unidos, de Argentina, de todas partes. Mi nombre es Patricio Fishman, Gluck, por parte de mi madre. Soy médico psiquiatra. Our Spanish acronym, PazCiencia, means both patience and signs of peace. The meaning of patience is quite similarly, or face rejection or delay, you bear calmly and with self-control, adverse, frustrating one experiences, freeing ourselves from complaining or despairing in times of grief. Being able to tolerate the emotional pain of healthy bonds and relations could be a roadmap to peace of mind and subsequently to peace among ourselves. Along with other organizations around the world, we attempt to gather the best scientific minds from the several fields that contribute to the understanding of the myriad factors that could lead to peace as a final common pathway in human development, both individually and globally. Mental health is at the core of this interdisciplinary field. The eminent scholars participating in this international webinar have devoted their professional lives to the study of the mental function of our developing brain, both in health and in illness. Their knowledge and their teachings give peace a chance. Hoy, al alero de nuestra Fundación de Salud Mental llamada Fundamental y nuestro proyecto PazCiencia, con el apoyo logístico del laboratorio Abbott y la gran generosidad de los doctores James Leckman y Andrés Martin de la Universidad de Yale, la doctora Ruth Feldman del Centro Interdisciplinario de Herzliya, Israel, y el doctor Amy Klein del Centro de Autismo Marcus de la Universidad de Emory, en Atlanta, nos vamos a comunicar en relación a aquellas ciencias que nos ilustran ese incipiente camino hacia la paz mental y a la paz nacen con la gestación misma, antes del formal nacimiento del niño o la niña, desde el inicio de la vida, siendo apenas un pequeño embrión aferrado y alojado en el útero de una madre, comienzan ya las influencias organizarse para constituir un ser humano integral. El que se une en un espermatozoide y un óvulo requiere del seguimiento de un instinto sexual y procreativo, muy primario, primordial, primitivo al mismo tiempo. Pero el proceso de crear y criar de forma armónica, empática e integral al maravilloso y único ser que se está formando, construyendo, y que lo seguirá haciendo por mucho tiempo, es más difícil. Es la más difícil, épica y trascendental gesta que los seres humanos tenemos como tarea evolutiva. Incluso para aquellos alejados de alguna fe religiosa organizada, Este es, o debiera ser, yo pienso, un mandamiento de carácter no solo biológico y evolutivo, sino que supranatural, divino. El mandamiento del amor y del compromiso a nuestra descendencia, a nuestros niños, a nuestros jóvenes. Es nuestro aporte y el legado al universo. Es la proyección de una vida con significado y futuro. Una existencia con trascendencia, con solidaridad y sentido de comunidad. La nutrición prenatal de la madre y el bebé son fundamentales. Y esta nutrición lo sigue siendo desde el nacimiento, tanto en lo biológico como en lo cognitivo, intelectual y en el desarrollo emocional. Ambos vehículos en los que se transfiere y se inculca la paz mental, peace of mind. La paz mental se crea y se cría en los cerebros de nuestros bebés, en los que se radican y se basan las funciones y actividades de nuestras mentes. El desarrollo de niños con y por la paz mental se puede estudiar y se puede propiciar. En español podríamos denominarla con el neologismo PazCiencia. PazCiencia, una ciencia que desde la neurociencia, la psicología, la sociología y otras varias ramas del saber se está construyendo y se constituye en una piedra angular desde la cual podemos intentar entender e intervenir para crear y criar niños para la paz. La cercanía y el vínculo amoroso del niño que nace con sus padres, sus familiares, sus protectores, sus guardianes y otras personas del entorno es el pilar sobre el cual se posa aquella delicada estructura mental en desarrollo. Así como hay padres, familias y comunidades que crean y crían niños con y por el odio, instilando un significado vital relacionado con combatir y eliminar las personas identificadas como enemigos y los culpables de la miseria y el sufrimiento de ellos, de sus familias y comunidades, hay muchísimos más de aquellos padres y familias y comunidades que enseñan y transmiten el valor de la vida propia y la ajena, el valor del amor, de la esperanza, de estudiar y saber, del esfuerzo y la generosidad. Unos se desarrollan para el odio, la guerra y la muerte. Los otros para el amor, la paz y la vida. Perdón. ¿Será verdad que se pueden edificar y orientar con amor, educación, cultura, aquellas estructuras que ya vienen con materiales de construcción tan definidos por los genes, en el hardware, en esa especie de prealambrado cerebral? Sí se puede. Y son estos los programas, el software, las intervenciones, las experiencias de vida que se deben investigar, entender y propiciar para fomentar el desarrollo de cerebros y mentes sanas en aquellos niños para que se transformen en individuos por la paz. Por sobre la conquista, la conquista de buenas notas, de calificaciones académicas, de títulos materiales o títulos nobiliarios, la conquista de territorios o de personas. Lo fundamental es la conquista del sí mismo, por supuesto, todos lo sabemos, no lo practicamos. Es lo más difícil, lograr el autoconocimiento y el desarrollo de una conciencia personal, comunitaria y universal. A veces, erradamente, en lugar de inducir a nuestros niños a conocer y manejar esta lucha interna permanente entre nuestras diversas fuerzas que a veces pugnan en sentidos tan opuestos, los orientamos a encontrar un adversario externo, allá afuera, que justifique nuestras frustraciones, nuestros fracasos e insatisfacciones. Por otro lado, la ciencia. La ciencia es a veces fundamentalista también. La innovación descubre conocimientos nuevos, pero muchas otras veces desempolva aquellos que son antiguos y olvidados. Por ejemplo, la pérdida de la significancia de los rituales. Un ritual, no necesariamente aquellos rituales religiosos o compulsivos, sino que más bien aquellos hábitos reconocidamente saludables, como el de la buena nutrición, el bien dormir, el estudiar, el caminar, la actividad física, el meditar o rezar, tienen de por sí una biología. Pero si además le agregamos un sentido vincular, familiar y social, a través de compartir nuestros rituales, nuestras comidas y otras actividades que sean rutinarias, rituales, trascendentes, con otras personas, encontraremos un sentido de comunidad, de pertenencia. Sabemos tanto y practicamos tan poco. PazCiencia invoca el estar atento y permitir, conocer y permitir, estar atento, conocer y permitir el adecuado paso del tiempo, permitir los ciclos, los rituales, paciencia, saber esperar, como lo hace el agricultor y el jardinero, que están atentos al germinar de la semilla. En un terreno favorable, el que se prepara, se riega, se abona adecuadamente, esperando el tiempo necesario, predeterminadas en el mejor posible de los entornos y bajo el ritual natural del paso del tiempo, ni antes ni después, sincronía. A veces descubrir lo nuevo es volver a lo antiguo. Es verdad, pudiese ser que a veces la semilla venga con vulnerabilidades, pero la genética influencia y no sentencia. Si estamos atentos a aquellas vulnerabilidades, si tenemos paciencia, las pesquisamos, las aceptamos, las entendemos y toleramos, e intervenimos temprano y apropiadamente, podemos modificar la expresión de esas vulnerabilidades genéticas, que quizás conducían a la enfermedad y a la desadaptación, y en lugar de eso, conducir aquellas vulnerabilidades hacia la diversidad y la adaptación. Existen conocimientos neurobiológicos, neurohormonas, como la oxitocina, que antes se pensaba que eran exclusivas de la madre y del periodo del parto y la lactancia, contractilidad uterina. Hoy sabemos que se encuentran y se producen en todos nosotros. ¿Cuándo? Cuando desarrollamos vínculos amorosos, cuando nos miramos a los ojos y nos vemos, cuando nos hablamos, cuando nos tocamos, cuando nos besamos y cuando nos abrazamos, incluso en forma virtual, cuando jugamos, cuando comemos, cuando nos cansamos y descansamos, pero juntos. Existen circuitos neurales basados en el apego, en el vínculo, que conducen a la imaginación, hacia el desarrollo de la empatía, hacia el desarrollo de una teoría de mente, que es el entender cómo funciona mi mente y la mente de los demás, que nos conducen a sentir, tener la capacidad de sentir el dolor de otros y de poder colaborar y solidarizar. El altruismo, el sentido del humor, el sentido de la trascendencia. Sin embargo, como veremos en una pista muy contigua, existen otros circuitos muy cercanos que conducen desde la inseguridad, el temor a lo nuevo, a lo diferente, hacia centros de alarma que están hipervigilantes, supersensibles, que desarrollan interpretaciones distorsionadas, respuestas excesivas, paranoides, persecutorias, que están basadas en juicios previos, en ideas presembradas en nuestro cerebro, llegando a una vía final común: la rabia, el odio, la violencia. Un estado de alto estrés y guerra interior que se transmite al exterior. ¿Dónde estará entonces esa cajita de herramientas aprendidas y practicadas con los padres como bebés al llorar, mamar, tener frío, calor, dolor físico o miedo, sensación de angustia, de soledad, de abandono? Esa cajita de herramientas que nos enseñó a esperar, a tener confianza básica, en que se nos cobijará, se nos protegerá, que se nos va a instar a la autonomía, a la iniciativa, a la independencia, hacia obtener logros, una identidad propia en el contexto de un vivir comunitario, hacia el desarrollo de intimidad, Si no se conoce aquella cajita de herramientas, si no se aprende y se practica, y en el contexto de un vínculo firme y amoroso, podremos quizás, y solo con suerte, saber cómo funcionan esos instrumentos, pero no sabremos ni esperar, ni escoger, ni bien utilizar aquellas herramientas. Bueno, pero ¿hay algo que se pueda hacer para crear y criar niños humanos para la paz? Podremos inculcar, sí, podemos inculcar el respeto a las diferencias y a un esforzado, aunque sea muy difícil, cumplimiento de las normas que hemos tejido en nuestra familia y en nuestras comunidades para lograr una saludable convivencia. Este proceso se realiza a través del vehículo que provee el vínculo seguro, el vínculo contenedor y amoroso con los padres, o quienes sean los adultos autorizados, no necesariamente las autoridades, no necesariamente porque es papá, porque es mamá, porque es policía, porque es doctor, porque es presidente, menos aún los autoritarios, que son aquellos que imponen y someten en lugar de enseñar con el ejemplo. Son los autorizados, aquellos que enseñan a través del ejemplo. Son ellos, estas figuras parentales autorizadas, quienes debiesen inducir el aprendizaje del sí mismo, de la empatía con otros seres humanos, con otros animales y con el entorno que nos cobija. ¿Es posible la educación para padres? Por supuesto, pero una educación que no esté basada en ideologías políticas, religiosas, ni siquiera exclusivamente económicas, como prevalecen hoy en día, sino que fundada en los conocimientos científicos y espirituales, los que no son excluyentes, son integrables: ciencia, trascendencia y espiritualidad. ¿Hay quienes se ocupan de esto? Sí. No solamente hablan, sino que se ocupan de esto. Existen entidades que entienden la paz como un objetivo alcanzable desde la educación para los padres y los maestros, que cobijan ese precioso tesoro que significa una mente infantil, para transformar luego a estos niños y familias como agentes ejecutivos de la paz, como efectores, tal como hoy en día los niños nos enseñan sobre la ecología, el reciclar, y nos enseñan tecnología a nosotros. Sí, existen grupos de científicos con un compromiso profesional y yo diría espiritual con el desarrollo de niños y jóvenes para la paz, con una aproximación que es neutral, está enmarcada en una proyección saludable y trascendente del desarrollo humano. En la creciente evidencia científica disponible, es apolítica, es arreligiosa, no favorece partidos políticos ni compartimentos estancos, fundamentalistas, sea de la política o de la fe. Hoy tenemos el inmenso privilegio de contar con un grupo de 4 grandes científicos de notable trayectoria en el mundo de la investigación sobre cómo funciona el cerebro y cómo en el cerebro funcionan y no funcionan nuestras funciones mentales, pero que también han logrado establecer vínculos profesionales con grupos de científicos de otras disciplinas, con organizaciones mundiales como las Naciones Unidas, como la UNICEF, con comunidades de distintas partes del mundo, con personas, en su intención de promover la paz mental y la paz entre las personas. Vamos a escuchar primero al doctor James Lakeman, que nos va a hablar de los caminos que nos pueden conducir a un mundo más pacífico y sustentable, y del poder transformativo de los niños en sus familias. Luego a la doctora Ruth Feldman, que nos va a hablar de apego, de afiliación y de la neurobiología del amor y del odio. Luego tendremos 10 minutos de descanso para continuar con el doctor Amy Klein, que nos va a hablar de cómo imaginar un mundo mejor para los niños vulnerables y cómo se puede aprender de las ciencias del desarrollo. Y vamos a concluir con una charla en español, traducida al inglés, del doctor Andrés Martí, sobre paz mental, sobre que somos más parecidos que diferentes. Tendremos 10 minutos de descanso y vamos a concluir con un panel de discusión con preguntas y respuestas e interacción entre nuestros panelistas. Por favor, comiencen a enviar sus preguntas, sean empáticos, más bien preguntas que comentarios, y más bien preguntas breves que muy extensas. Muy bienvenidos a PazCiencia. Okay, and now in order to start with our program today, let me introduce you to Dr. James Leckman, who is full professor of psychiatry, child psychiatry, pediatrics, and psychology at the Yale University School of Medicine, where he's worked for the last 40 years. Jim has also been director of research at the Yale Child Study Center for 20 years. He has repeatedly been chosen by his peers as a member of that select group of the best doctors of America. Dr. Leckman is a psychoanalyst, a prestigious researcher and clinician in a number of areas of neurobiological development. He's a world expert in Tourette's syndrome, where he's published extensively, also in obsessive compulsive disorder, in neurobiological disorders at large, in neuroimmunological disorders such as PANDAS, and in that very complex interaction between genetics and epigenetics, the influence of environmental factors in gene expression. He's also published on evolutionary perspectives in the development of human psychopathology. Jim is an expert in the neurobiological basis of bonding, that very tight and crucial relationship between children and parents, and the role that interconnected biobehavioral systems have in our affiliative and also stress-related responses. Almost 10 years ago, Jim started working with a number of very prestigious academicians from all over the world, experts in neurosciences, in child development, cultural anthropology, sociology, with the goal in mind to study the relevance of early child development in the future development of human beings for peace. He is in fact the director of the International Consortium for Early Child Development in the Development of Peace. He's the chief editor of this book that you should all try and get, which is Pathways to Peace, the Transformative Power of Children and Families, where there's a delineation of a number of studies and strategies about the transformative capacity and the role that children and their families have as agents in the construction of peace. And just to summarize, this year, 2020, this dystopian year, Jim Leckman has published extensively. Overall, he's published over 500 articles and 15 books. But he's published with colleagues from Lebanon, from Brazil, from China, from Yale, and from the Nordic countries in subjects such as maternal stress, OCD, Tourette's, and neuro.
Muchas gracias, Pato. It's such a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for your generous introduction. I just wish I was there in person with you to meet our colleagues and to become more acquainted with the work that's being done there in Chile with regard to early child development and peace building. And we will be talking about that presentation today, but I look forward to the opportunity in the panel after the discussion to actually meet with my colleagues there. And the next time I'm in Chile, I'm really hoping that we can get together for a in-person conversation. But the title of my presentation is Pathways to a More Peaceful and Sustainable World, the Transformative Power of Children in Families. And we need to take action to make our world a better place for our children and for future generations. And the next steps include a commitment to refine, adapt, and implement in a sustainable fashion responsive parent-child programs of proven value in Chile, here in the United States, and across the globe. And I guess I've been very pleased to see some of the work that's currently being done in Chile, down in the University of Concepcion, the day-by-day program, and I'm hoping that they will be part of the panel discussions that we have. I'll also be talking a fair amount about the Early Childhood Peace Consortium and how that was initially founded. And I'll also be talking a bit about the MIT Press volume that was, I guess, published in 2013, which is Pathways to Peace, the Transformative Power of Children and Families. And as I'll mention, there were over 40 individuals who came together from various disciplines, whether you're talking about scholars or people who are implementing programs or basic scientists looking at animal models of parenting. And we got together in Frankfurt and had a wonderful discussion, and that led to that volume that was published by the MIT Press. I'd also like to thank my colleagues at UNICEF for their efforts to address the unfortunate realities of the pandemic around the globe. And there certainly are wonderful programs. It makes me think of the Utopic Studio that the group in Chile have been working on there with the UNICEF country office. But the realities with the pandemic, there's such an increase across the globe with regard to parental stress. The challenges that are there to provide adequate nutrition and access even to clean water, sanitation, and health services, in having secure housing and adequate and sustainable income. And I'll bring an example in terms of some of the work that we've been doing in Beirut, Lebanon, to discuss that in more detail. But sadly, in this country and around the globe, I was just at an event with the World Childhood Foundation, and this was an organization that was founded by the Queen of Sweden to really address this issue with regard to abuse and neglect of children. It's a sad reality, and we need to do more to make a difference in the world. So I'll be offering a few perspectives as we go through these various slides in my presentation, but basically, although I'm here in Connecticut and it's fall and it's raining, I'm also with you there in Chile, and I'm sure it's a beautiful spring day, but we are all interconnected in this ever-changing world of ours. And I guess I've been fascinated by some of the work done by my colleagues here at Yale, looking at the interactions in terms of individuals, in terms of the social networks that we have. But it also turns out, and I have a background in neuroscience, that one neuron doesn't do anything. It's only when that neuron is interconnected with other neurons that it's actually possible for our brains to work in the way that they do. And what's even more fascinating to me is that although we don't really understand dark matter and dark energy, it turns out when people have done simulations with the data that we have, what we see is an ever-changing cosmos. It's really quite remarkable that it's all interconnected. So I'm convinced that there is a crucial importance of the nature of early caregiving, and the individual differences in parental behavior matter and can be transmitted across generations. And this comes back to some of the work that we've been doing on epigenetics and animal models, but also in human studies, and I can talk more about that in the panel discussion. And it turns out that patterns of early caregiving do matter, and that parenting begets parenting. And this top slide is actually from one of my colleagues up in McGill University, Michael Meany and his team. And of course, the one that is down to the side is my dear daughter, Emily, with our oldest grandson, Caleb, who was about to turn 15 years of age. But I'd like you to take a look at the interaction, if you can see it, between my daughter and her new baby son. And this is a lead up in some ways to the presentation that Ruth Feldman will be making in terms of the synchrony between mothers and children. And we could go on about that as well. I guess it also makes me think of stimulatory play, which is the kind of activity that new fathers engage in when they're with their newborn children. But it turns out that our genetic blueprint only provides the broad strokes of the development of our bodies and brain, and it's the environment that modifies this blueprint during critical periods of development from preconception onwards. And I could tell you about the work that's been done from an economic point of view, that actually it turns out that the more interventions that are done very early in development have the biggest impact in terms of long-term outcomes. And I could certainly cover that in the discussion if there's a need to address that. And interestingly, one of my other colleagues, who's originally from Sicily, Flora Vaccarino, we've been doing studies with regard to somatic mosaicism. And this is actually mutations that occur within the developing body and brain very, very, very early in development. And I could talk more about that as well. But I've been honored to be part of the ongoing discussion with regard to the importance of early childhood. And this is actually just a reference to a special issue of the journal The Lancet. And there were a number of articles, including one by Pia Brito, Nurturing and Promoting Early Child Development, and I was one of the co-authors of that study. But these are wonderful individuals, and basically what we did in the study was we looked at the evidence-based interventions really going from preconception onward, and it's really quite remarkable that there is a great deal of evidence that if we actually invest in early childhood, we can make a real difference in terms of the outcomes that we see. That being said, here was a young man born into slavery, and it's just quite remarkable what he was able to accomplish over the course of his life after he finally fled successfully from slavery at the age of 20, and I'd certainly be glad to, but that's something that our country and frankly the rest of the world needs to address in terms of the caste systems that exist within our world today. So here are a few more perspectives. If we are to teach real peace in the world, and if we are to carry on a world war against war, we have to begin with the children. You must be the change you hope to see in the world. And here's Nelson Mandela. There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. And I'll be coming back to our colleagues in South Africa, because it makes me think of Linda Richter, who was one of the authors of that Lancet series, but also Alan Apter, who's a wonderful friend and colleague in Israel, who was born originally in South Africa before he did his aliyah to Israel after graduating from university and frankly also from medical school. So I'm coming back to this Pathways to Peace book, and I'm so grateful that the Ernst Strugman Forum decided to actually undertake this. And it was really a wonderful opportunity for us to get together in Frankfurt, and I think there were over 40 individuals, and as I mentioned before, they came from all sorts of backgrounds, from basic scientists and scholars and people who write articles about this to people who were practitioners in the field, as well as a wide variety of other individuals. And one of the first tasks we had, and what was wonderful, is that there were no lectures like the one I'm giving today. It was all basically group discussions. And there were plenty of things that we were sort of prepared to take a look at because of the discussions that had already taken place and the background articles that had already been written. But one of the questions that we had is, and it was sort of a question, if we actually invest more in early child development, is it possible that we will have a more peaceful world? So one of the discussions we had is, well, what is peace? And here's what we came up with. Peace is a process. It's more just than the absence of violence or freedom from the fear of violence. Peaceful societies are ones where social cohesion and inclusion are present, and where there's full participation, and where social systems equitably serve the entire population. And these are just some of the colleagues. Interestingly, one of the other groups, and there are a couple of individuals here from Chile, but wonderfully, one of the people in this list is Rima Sala. And Rima was actually born, and this is Rima, but she was actually born in Jerusalem. And many of her family members actually decided to relocate to Chile. And she has a number of siblings and nieces and nephews that are currently living there in Chile. This is Pia Brito herself, this is Catherine Panter-Brick, and this is Ambassador Andruri Chowdhury, who's been very active in the United Nations, wonderful colleague who was also present at this conference. As I said, there were more than 40 individuals there. So MIT Press and Catherine and Rima were also the co-editors of this volume. I'll just say a few words about the background that led us to starting the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. The first meeting was actually in Assisi, and this is, of course, St. Francis, and it was wonderful, and it took place on September of 2012. We had another meeting in Marrakesh, Morocco, and the fellow Simon Javier Guterres Hermes, was the person who actually has started an organization called the Foundation for Peace, and he was the one that invited us there. And you can see that Rima is there along with some of our other colleagues. I'll just mention Kyle Pruitt, who's an expert on fatherhood. Here's Ernesto Caffo. I was just on the phone with Ernesto yesterday, and basically we are in the midst of planning some additional programs in terms of child mental health and well-being. And this is Mr. Hermes. Here's Pia Brito, and then we have some colleagues from Turkey. And I'll mention some things about the work that we've been doing with our colleagues in Turkey in a few minutes. But the launch of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium was in September of that year, in 2013, at the UNICEF headquarters in New York City. And these are just some of the participants who were present. And you can see again, and interestingly, Rima is now the director of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium, and we're honored to have her as part of our team. And we could go on for some time in terms of all of the people that are here, but I'll just keep on going with the slides. So the mission of our Early Childhood Peace Consortium is to create a legacy of sustained peace by drawing on the transformative power of early child development. The global community must address the root causes of violence and conflict, and I firmly believe that children and families can be agents of change to create a more peaceful world. So this is the Early Childhood Peace Consortium website. I'd encourage you all to pay a visit there before our panel discussion later today. And I'd like to also introduce you to Shimra Fallon and Hans Hartl. And Franz, believe it or not, is the director of web communication for the entire university, Yale University. And it's remarkable in terms of his being so helpful in creating the website, but not only the website of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium, but also on Facebook, on Twitter, on all sorts of other media. And he's really come forward and invested university funds in making this a reality. So I'd also like to mention one of my other mentors, and he was also a mentor of my good friend and colleague and mentor, Donald Cohen, and that's Edward Ziegler. And here are a few quotes from Ed. Be totally committed to the optimal development of each child. Good parenting benefits the community as well as kids. And it's the environment that determines a considerable part of the growth and development of children. And one of the reasons that I brought up Ed is that I was asked to do a contribution to a special issue in honor of Ed by one of my other friends and colleagues, Dante Cicchetti. And Dante is the editor of this journal, Development and Psychopathology. And I used it as an opportunity to approach my colleagues from around the globe to fill us in about some of the work that they're doing with regard to early child development. And I guess the disappointing thing is that we don't have anybody there from Chile on the list, but I'll say a few more words about the various work that we're currently doing. So I really think in terms of next steps, we need to address the needs of children and their parents, particularly in conflict-affected regions of the world. And if we take this action, we will build a brighter future and a more just and peaceful world. And this reality could not be timelier as our world grapples with the aftermath and the concurrent difficulties that we face with regard to the COVID-19 pandemic. So the ones in yellow are some of the places where we're currently doing randomized clinical trials of parenting interventions with their children in early childhood. Those are the ones in yellow in Lebanon, and I'll say a bit more about the work we're doing in Lebanon. Interestingly, also, we're very actively involved in, I think, 12 different communities in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And wonderfully, we have an ongoing program, and this is Cesar Rosario, who is based in Brazil, and there are 2 programs currently that are underway there, although, of course, all of them have been affected by the pandemic. But there is a region outside of Sao Paulo that we could talk more about during the panel discussion, and we should certainly invite Cesar to be part of our discussion when we are meeting together after my presentation. And interestingly, many of these programs are implementing programs that actually were initially modeled after the work that Ed Ziegler had developed with the Head Start program here in the United States. But some of our colleagues in Turkey at the early were actually the ones that developed a program that we then implemented in Lebanon, in Saudi Arabia, and in Brazil. And this is Dr. Ghassan Issa, who's a pediatrician, who's the person who actually was implementing the program in Beirut, Lebanon. This is actually someone from Atchef, and Suna is another wonderful colleague who, interestingly now, is based in Canada in part. And these are some other individuals, and the ones that are in other colors here are ones that we've currently been working with the Links Initiative with individuals at the New York University, at Queen's University in Belfast. There's another wonderful organization in Ireland that I'll mention in a few minutes about the early years, and that's Siobhan Fitzpatrick, who was the CEO of that organization for many years. And Unifesp is actually the university where Cesar Rosario is currently based, although she did get her degree originally from the University of Sao Paulo. So these are just 2 papers that came out recently with regard to the work that we've been doing in Beirut, Lebanon, the effects of the mother-child education program on parenting stress and disciplinary practices among refugees. And interestingly, 2 of the 3 communities that we worked on in Beirut were actually Palestinian refugee communities there in Beirut, Lebanon. And here we have Sasha Hein, and he's actually currently over at the Free University of Berlin, although he was with us at Yale and was then in Texas before he moved on to Germany. And of course, one of the major ingredients that needs to be addressed with regard to early child development is actually being sure that you actually have an impact and the involvement of the fathers. So many thanks to Dr. Ghassan Issa and the many other individuals who actually were taking the lead. And what's wonderful about many of these programs is it brings together groups of mothers and their children. And they talk about what their experience has been, who they are as individuals, who they are within the community, what is the nature of their relationship with their extended family and their husband, what is the nature of their relationship with their child. And then there's a curriculum that goes through the nature of your interaction with the child and how that might change. And one of the great strengths of these programs is that when you bring together groups of mothers, and also the fathers participated to some degree in this particular intervention, is that the mothers hear from other mothers about what their experience was when they actually changed the way they were interacting with their child. And that can be a very powerful motivation for them to continue the endeavor after the program has been completed. And interestingly, in Beirut, and this has also been true in some of the other locations where we've implemented the program, the mothers have decided to create social networks that extend beyond the time that they were actually in the program, so that they continue to have that interaction with friends that are in their own community. And of course, the sad reality is that earlier this year in August, there was this terrible explosion that happened in Beirut. And of course, Beirut, the political reality is very uncertain. The Syrian refugee community coming through and being part of the community there in Beirut. And the explosion, I mean, it really was devastating in terms of how the impact was with regard to dwelling places, and certainly it had a big impact with regard to employment opportunities and all sorts of other things. So it's really a dreadful, dreadful situation. And the other thing I would point out, and I will provide the information to Pato and to others, is that if you'd like to make a donation to the program that Dr. Ghassan Issa has been running, I'd be more than happy to share that information with you because they're in great need. Interestingly, Dr. Ghassan has also been a member of the executive committee for the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. And there's this other wonderful organization, the Early Childhood Action Network, that includes NGOs, non-governmental organizations, scholars, members of the United Nations community that are really trying to move ahead in terms of these various initiatives. And that's another website that would really be useful to put together. So the other reality is that here we are online. Unfortunately, I'm not there in person in Santiago, although I would love to be. And what we have really seen is the reality that we need to continue to work and develop, whether it's through Zoom or Facebook or whatever, the way in which we communicate with others over the internet. And wonderfully, Dr. Ghassan Issa and his team have been actively involved in developing and implementing virtual online programs for parents, children, and educators. And there's the logo for the Early Childhood Action Network. So the next step is I'm just going to start and tell you a bit of a story. And I'm going to tell you about some of the work that we've been doing in Israel and Palestine. And I'll tell you about the program that was started called Ereche. And that stands for Empowerment and Resilience in Children Everywhere. And what's interesting about Ereche is that it was founded in Ereche, which is a community in Sicily. And I can thank my colleague Ernesto Caffo for providing the support. But basically, the idea behind the program was that if we bring together practitioners and scholars with regard to early child development from both sides of that conflict, and they share meals together, they think together about how they can work together to have joint projects, we may actually be able to achieve a more peaceful reality in that part of the world. And it works to promote human rights, joint action, training, and joint projects focused on enhancing the well-being of children and families that are directly affected by the ongoing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And again, coming back to Ernesto Caffo, there's this wonderful location that UNICEF has in Florence, in the Innocente Center, and that has a wonderful history of its own. And this was just one of the meetings that we had back in, I think it was 2013. But I'll be mentioning again Alan Apter, and here's Rima Saleh, and there are a few other people that I will be mentioning. Here is Shafiq Masala, who I'm going to be introducing very shortly, and this is a picture of Ernesto Caffo. So let me just stop and tell you a brief story about Shafiq, Haifa, Ruth, and Alan. And it's actually a wonderful story. I first met Shafiq actually at a place called the Cinematheque, which is outside of the old city of Jerusalem. And this was a meeting of all of the parents who were coming together for the kindergarten it was present at the, what is the name of it? It's the YMCA that's there in Jerusalem. And what was wonderful about the program that they had is that half of the parents and half of the children were Arab, and half of the program, half of the parents and half of the children were actually coming from the Israeli community. And the other person that was there at that particular meeting was Ruthie Feldman. And we'll come back to that in a minute. But Shafiq is actually a psychologist. I first met him in Jerusalem back in 2004 at that meeting that we had at the Cinematheque. And it was actually right after that meeting that we had a meeting with Ruthie and with several other people, and we decided to, what can we do to work together to build a more peaceful world and relationship between the Israelis and the Palestinians? And one thing led to another. I'd also like to introduce you to Haifa Strati. Haifa is a wonderful young colleague who's now currently in Toronto, but she was born in Haifa. And interestingly, she participated in a program that was run by a woman by the name of Arna. And I'll tell you a bit more about that. But basically, she was one of Arna's children. And this was actually a Israeli woman, a woman who was born, you know, and had been, her family had been in Israel for, and she was born there. But basically, she was going to Haifa and actually going from Haifa into the West Bank and actually running a drama program. And the drama program had all of these Palestinian children on stage, and they made up their own story with regard to what they were going to say in the play. And then they played it out. They also made their own costumes, and Arna was really quite a remarkable person. And part of that story, too, is that Arna was actually there during the first Intifada and was sort of protesting some of the actions that were taken by the Israeli government. And I'll tell you a bit more about that story. But interestingly, the person who was running that program, Arna, had several sons, and one of them became a filmmaker, and he's the one that made this movie, Arna's Children, and I guess we should include a link to that. And the version that was being played there in the Cinematheque was actually just had Hebrew and Arabic. It didn't have English in either subtitles or any other form. And so interestingly, Ruthie was sitting next to me translating the Hebrew, and another colleague actually from Gaza was translating the Arabic to me during that presentation. But Haifa is now the mother of two wonderful boys. She's actually also the director of Empathy for Peace, a program that she actually started with Simon Baron-Cohen, who's another friend and colleague from the University of Cambridge in the United Kingdom. And basically, if there's some way that we can sort of interact with one another so that we can fully appreciate what the other is going through, we can actually have empathy for what the realities are that the other is suffering. Maybe we can work together to try and make a difference. And interestingly, they now have a series that we can also send you some links to, where they're actually interviewing people who have a background with regard to some sort of adversity. And the first one, of course, was about the situation African American in terms of her origins. And she was talking about the racism that exists within our country and the caste system that exists really throughout the world. As I mentioned before, Alan Apter is another wonderful friend. And I should also mention, I guess, Seeds of Peace. Interestingly, Seeds of Peace is an organization that brings together young people from Israel and Palestine to Maine, a state in the United States, and they have a summer camp And during the summer camp, which goes on for several weeks, they share meals together, they think together, they have sessions together where they really come to appreciate more deeply what the experience is of the other, and realizing that we're interconnected, we're human beings just like they are, and is there some way that we can actually make a difference in terms of creating a more peaceful world? So this was the story I was telling you about before, so here's Shafiq and Ruthie, and what's interesting is that it turns out that Haifa, and I can tell you the story, but basically this is the place where the Cinematheque is located, just outside of the old city of Jerusalem. And interestingly, when we first had a meeting that was the Foundation for Empathy for Peace, took place in London, and Simon Baron-Cohen had organized it, and it was really the Foundation for Empathy for Peace. And I had given a presentation, and among other things, I had talked about Eritrea, I had talked about the work that we had been doing in Israel and Palestine, and she came up to me afterwards and she said, "Jim, I'm not sure if you know it or not, but I am one of Arna's children." And so that was really quite moving. There's also these hand-in-hand schools, which is quite remarkable. This is a program where half of the children are Arab, half of the children come from a Jewish background, and I think there are over 1,000 students now. There are at least 5 or 6 sites around in Israel where these programs, and there is the instructors, the teachers, half are Jewish, half of them are Muslim or Christian Arabs, and they're basically teaching both languages, both cultures, and it's a joint effort, and that's the hand-in-hand school. I've also spent a fair amount of time over, and this was actually the meeting of the British Academy where I first met Haifa. But there are also other wonderful organizations out there. I guess one of the ones that comes to mind, and one of the meetings that we had in Rome in October of 2017, that again Ernesto was instrumental in organizing, was representatives from various organizations that are trying to make a difference in Israel and Palestine. And one of them is Combatants for Peace. Here's their logo down here, and basically these are young men who were serving in the Israeli Defense Forces, and were, doing these home invasions, doing other things, and realized that there was something wrong about what was being done. What they were being asked to do wasn't something that they felt ethically was appropriate, and they found a way to actually engage with others with regard to finding a way to try and come together with individuals from the Palestinian community to have a more peaceful relationship. There's another wonderful organization called the Parents Circle, and it's really quite tragic. And it makes me think of another book that I'm not sure I have a copy of it with me here, but it's called Aperon. And it's basically families, parents who have lost children who were killed by individuals on the other side of the divide, on the other side of the conflict. And these parents are coming together to work together to build a more peaceful world. And the fact that they're willing to sort of go beyond what the painful experience was in terms of the loss of their child, and to form a connection with a person on the other side who had a similar experience is really just quite phenomenal in my experience. So that's another organization that it would be worth having people look into. But more needs to be done, and it makes me think of the ongoing work that we're trying to accomplish here in the United States with regard to addressing racism, but also the caste system that exists within our culture. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. These are quotes from Martin Luther King Jr. Hate begets hate, violence begets violence. We meet the forces with hate with the power of love. People fail to get along because they fear each other. They fear each other because they don't know each other. And this is, again, a reality that we need to address by bringing people together from both sides of the divides. So here are some good examples. This is Siobhan Fitzpatrick, and what was wonderful about the program that they started in Ireland was they brought together children and parents that were Catholic and children and parents that were Protestant to come together to help raise their children. And that has been going on for a number of decades right after the Good Friday Agreement. And Siobhan has been a very active member of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. And interestingly now, the National Institute for Health Research in the United Kingdom has actually started this initiative called LINKS, which is based in part in Queen's University in Belfast. And so internationally, we need to move forward. We need to work together to build a more peaceful and equitable and sustainable world. And I'm very proud to be one of the founding members of the Early Childhood Peace Consortium. And if you look through the UN's Sustainable Development Goals, it certainly is something that echoes throughout there, that if we can actually invest in children, we in fact may have a more peaceful world. So this brings me to that sort of image of the our world. And what about Chile? And there's a picture of Pato. And what's interesting is that we need to address the needs of children and their parents in Chile. And if we take action, we will build a brighter future and a more just and peaceful world. And I guess I was delighted to see a recent paper that was just published, and it came out in Clinical Psychology and Psychiatry, and it was published this year in 2020. And it's a randomized cluster trial of a parenting program in Chile, key mediators for the decrease of behavior problems in preschool children. And I guess I'm really hoping that we can connect with the individuals who actually were responsible for this, and they're at the University of Concepcion, to sort of bring together that group as part of the panel discussion that we'll be having after the presentations are completed. And of course, this reality could not be timelier as our world grapples with COVID-19 and the ongoing pandemic that we have. So the take-home message, which I presented before, is that we need to take action to make our world a better place for children and for future generations. And the next step is to include a commitment to refine, adapt, and implement in a sustainable fashion responsive parent-child programs of proven value there in Chile, but here in the United States and across the globe. And I guess that makes me think again of the program that's currently in place that I believe is referred to as Day by Day. And interestingly, the Day by Day program, there were, I think, over 330 families that participated. And again, it was, again, a joint effort where they were bringing together parents and the children. So with that, I think I will say a few last closing comments. Wonderfully, the UNICEF and the United Nations had a convention on the rights of the child, and in 2014 it was the 25th anniversary, so we're now at the 31st anniversary, and I think we can rightly celebrate to some extent the impressive gains achieved for children across the globe. And interestingly, this is the 20th anniversary of Women, Peace, and Security, and that was a Security Council Resolution 1325. And the reason I was mentioning that is that one of the things that we're currently involved in the Early Childhood Peace Consortium is trying to find a way to build youth leaders. And so I'd be fascinated to talk with our colleagues in Chile about young people who are really committed to finding a way to move forward. And here are two pictures of young women who have been instrumental in this effort. One of them is Angelica Portuga, who's originally from Colombia, but is now on our faculty here at Yale. And this is Gabi Parvini, who is originally from Brazil, but who is now currently at the University of Oxford. And what we're currently envisioning is funding and supporting youth fellowships, and this is basically the strategy and the steps that we're going through in terms of the who, what, how, and why we're moving forward. But I'm convinced that young women and women in particular have a particularly strong and important role to play in building a more peaceful world, and we need to listen to their voices and to work with them closely to make a real difference. And I guess it makes me think again of our dear friend Ruthie, who you'll be hearing from shortly. So, muchas gracias, and I would encourage you to post any questions that you might have in the chat box. But here's another picture of dear Ruthie. Here is Ami Klin, and of course you know the story about Ami. He was actually born in Brazil before he went to Israel and finished his doctoral degree, and then was off to London before joining us at the Child Study Center. And of course now he's down at Emory University and is a well-respected expert with regard to autism, but is also an activist in terms of trying to move forward what needs to be done in terms of children. And dear Andres Martin, he's the son-in-law of Donald Cohen, who for Patricio and for myself was such an important mentor. And he's quite a remarkable person, and I'm looking forward to seeing his presentation as well. And it'll be fun and wonderful to have him part of the conversation. And I guess looking over the slide, the only thing I should mention is that although Ruthie was for many, many years at Bar Ilan University, she's now in Herzliya and is leading a wonderful program there. But let me call out my other colleagues too, in terms of the Mother Childhood Education Foundation that's based in Turkey, the Fetzer Institute, the Early Childhood Action Network, the work that Dr. Ghassan has been doing with regard to the Arab Resource Collective, and of course UNICEF as well. So I think with that, muchas gracias, and I will look forward to responding to your questions.
And now we're going to continue with Dr. Ruth Feldman. Dr. Feldman is full professor of developmental social neuroscience at the Interdisciplinary Center in Herzliya, Israel. She's also adjunct professor at the Yale Child Study Center in New Haven, Connecticut. Ruthie holds degrees in music composition, neuroscience, clinical psychology, developmental psychology, and psychopathology. She integrates perspectives from neuroscience, human development, philosophy, clinical practice, and the arts within an interpersonal frame and a behavior-based approach. Her conceptual model on bio-behavioral synchrony systematically describes how a lived experience within close relationships builds brain, creates relationships, confers resilience, and promotes creativity. Her studies were the first to detail the role of the archaic oxytocin system in the formation of human social bonds. Her laboratory at the Interdisciplinary Center in Israel focuses on the neurobiological systems that underpin human attachments, particularly, as mentioned before, the oxytocin system and the brain basis of caregiving and social bonding. They address the processes of biobehavioral synchrony by which natural social moments translate into meaningful human relationships. In several longitudinal projects, they examine how early relationships and their neurobiology shape human infants' social abilities, stress, and affiliation systems, social brain maturation, regulatory processes, and the capacity to form intimate bonds throughout life. Dr. Feldman's lab studies both maternal but also paternal contributions to infants' social and neural development across childhood. The lab at Herzliya follows a number of research lines in the neurobiology of human attachment, such as maternal depression and its long-term impact, chronic and early trauma and its long-term effects, premature birth and the role of touch, and the neuroscience of empathy and intergroup conflict, including the neurobiology of love and hate. I must say that in the last couple of months, Dr. Feldman was awarded the Emet Prize, which is the Israeli equivalent of the Nobel Prize in social sciences. Ruti, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much.
So good morning, everybody. My talk will be about peace-building intervention and the global questions of can affiliative or social neuroscience open a new pathway to peace. And I'd like to start with a poem by one of Israel's important poets, Yehuda Amichai, about this situation. The poem is called From the Place Where We Are Right. From the place where we are right, flowers will not grow in the spring. The place where we are right is hard and trampled like a yard. But doubts and loves dig up the world like a mole, a plow, and a whisper will be heard in the place where the ruined house once stood. Let's see why the biology of love and hate is so ingrained in the neurobiology of mammals. What does it mean to be born a mammal? Mammalian young are born with two important constraints. Their brain is immature at birth, and young maintain close contact to a nursing mother. This means that the mother's mature brain externally regulates the infant's immature brain and tunes it to social life. And it does so through three processes: biobehavioral synchrony, the oxytocin system, and the affiliative brain. And I'd like to talk about each one in turn. What is biobehavioral synchrony? Biobehavioral synchrony is defined as the coordination of biology and behavior between mother and infant during moments of social contact. At about the 3rd month of life, mothers and infant begin to engage in a face-to-face interaction when they coordinate their behavior in the gaze, affect, vocal, and touch modalities. Those moments of behavioral synchrony provide a template for the synchrony between mother and infant's physiological systems. So during moments of behavioral coordinations, when the partner, let's say, for instance, share their gaze or laugh together, there's also heart rate coordination between mother and infant heart rhythms, which are found during synchronous moments, but are not found during non-synchronous moments. After a synchronous interaction, there is a coordinated release between parent and infant heart rate, between parent and infant oxytocin release, which is not found after a non-synchronous interaction. And during synchronous moments, there is brain-to-brain synchrony between parent and infant brain oscillations in key nodes of the social brain. So this experience of biobehavioral synchrony, when parent and infant lock their biological and behavioral system, and this is the mechanism by which the mature brain externally regulates the infant, immature brain has two important consequences, one lengthwise and one widthwise. Lengthwise is the important foundation parent-infant or mother-infant biobehavioral synchrony sets for the entire course of child development. So this is a study where we followed parents and infants from birth until 22 to 25 years. Here you see Maya. And you see her at each stage from birth until 22 years. So the experience of synchrony, nonverbal synchrony, during the sensitive period of birth to 9 months sets the stage for more reciprocity and synchrony as more and more child's social, emotional, and cognitive ability sets in. So at 18 months, parent and infant are able to jointly play with symbolic sequences. At 4 years, they co-construct imaginatory narrative. There's elaborated imagination at 6 years. By 10 years, mother and child already can engage in a synchronous interaction that includes empathy for the other partner's emotional states or opinion. By 14 years, by adolescence, the synchronous dialogue can incorporate into it the recognition of multiple perspectives, that not just like we heard in the poem, it's not like I am right or you are right, but adolescents can begin to engage in a dialogue that considers multiple perspectives. And if all this process started in the first months of life and went along well across development, parent and child can meet in the early 20s at young adulthood and on as two adults that share interaction that echoes and reverberates the older patterns, the older rhythmic patterns, but are now built on intimacy and self-disclosure and secure-based representation. So this is what biobehavioral synchrony early in life gives to the child's ongoing relationship with the parents, and how it incorporates the child ability into a synchronous dialogue. But biobehavioral synchrony experienced during the first months of life also goes widthwise to other relationships in a child's life. So if we describe behavioral synchrony of behavioral patterns such as shared gaze or co-laughing or vocalizing together, we spoke about autonomic synchrony, hormonal synchrony, and brain-to-brain synchrony. All those 4 types of synchrony, we find them in all 4 types of attachment bonds that humans have, between parents and children, among romantic partners, between close friends, and even among strangers, fellow humans. Humans are the only species that can activate their affiliative biology and behavioral synchrony with individuals that they have never met because of our large social brain. Oxytocin is the system that supports the capacity for biobehavioral synchrony and stands at the bottom of the human capacity to affiliate, to love, to bond, to befriend. Oxytocin is a very ancient system. It's presumably evolved approximately 500 million years ago from gene duplication in jawed fish, and is found in all invertebrate and in all vertebrate and in some invertebrate species. So you can see that it appears in nematodes, in lizards, in snakes, in birds, and in all mammals. And the function of the oxytocin molecule in ancient evolution was to help organisms manage life in harsh ecology. So the oxytocin molecule was responsible for things like thermoregulation or energy balance or water conservation. With the evolution of mammals, the oxytocin system entered into the mammalian process, into birth and lactation. Oxytocin is the hormone that is responsible for uterine contraction during the birth process and for milk letdown during nursing. So oxytocin became causally involved into the mammalian condition. And now mammals learned to manage harsh condition, manage hardship through relationship. We all know that when there is any difficulty we encounter, the best thing is either a hug from a lover or a talk with a close friend, and those things calm down our stress response and elicit oxytocin reactivity. So the whole notion of stress and affiliation became embedded through oxytocin into the mammalian condition. This is an opportunity so that our close affiliation, close relationship become very important to us, not only as close contact, but also as the main source of stress reduction. But as we will see, this is also a piece of vulnerability, because the system that manage close contact are also those that manage stress. And this is where the biology of love and hate became so intertwined that in a heartbeat, our love can become hate, derogation, and prejudice, all connected to the oxytocin system. So my lab has conducted research on oxytocin for, I would say, approximately 17, 18 years. And there are many, many, many studies and publications we conducted on oxytocin. Some are longitudinal, some are not, and many healthy and pathological population. And just in one slide, I summarized for you some of the highlights from this oxytocin research. One important thing that we found in many studies is that, and it's now has been validated in maybe hundreds of thousands of moms and dads, is that oxytocin level in new fathers, when oxytocin is not measured immediately before or immediately after breastfeeding, is similar to that of mother. This was a very big shock for us when we first saw it, because it was oxytocin was always considered a maternal hormone, very much related to birth and nursing. And when a mother is nursing, of course, she has more oxytocin than fathers, but this is not so. When fathers are involved in child rearing, starting from 2 weeks after birth, fathers will have similar level of oxytocin at baseline as mother, and it relates to the father's specific way of interacting, such as, fathers pick up the kids, they throw them in the air, they're much more physical, they do this rough and tumble play. Now, this was the first program to care for young infants, and it brought forth the finding that fathers may be just as biologically prepared to care for young children, obviously through a different pathway, and we'll see soon, but fathers are not incapable of caring for young infants. The second set of findings showed that oxytocin is released following touch, contact, and synchronous interactions with close others. So, my daughters who are now older, we have a saying in my house that before they leave, we give them oxytocin hug. Oxytocin hug has to last at least 30 seconds to be meaningful, but because oxytocin is so good for you, it boosts your immune system and it reduces your stress level and it sends you out of the house with a good feeling. So oxytocin hug is good for you. Turn around and hug the people you love for 30 seconds at least. Oxytocin is released after touch, contact, and interaction with people you love, close friends, your partners, your children, your parents, hug them. The third line of research was about love. What happened when we fall in love? We had several studies about individuals who have just fallen in love, who were in the first 3 months of a romantic relationship. And we found that oxytocin levels increase when you fall in love. In fact, by now we have oxytocin measurements from very young infants to the elderly. So we have throughout the life course. And the time when your oxytocin is the highest ever, apart from the time you are literally giving birth, but baseline oxytocin in real life, the highest level of oxytocin is in the first weeks of falling in love. So if you have that sense that you are just fall in love and you're walking on cloud nine and you really barely know where you are probably walking on very high level of oxytocin. And the fourth line of research is related to psychopathology. Many studies we conducted on various kinds of psychopathology, particularly psychopathology that disrupts social bonding and social functioning of individuals. So when bonding fails, like in conditions such as postpartum depression or following premature birth, or when there is environmental stress, there is less oxytocin in both parents and children. And throughout life, disorders that disrupt our capacity to affiliate to others, be empathic, and manage social life are usually associated with some disruption to the oxytocin system: schizophrenia, autism, depression, anxiety, etc. What I'd like to show you in the following is how oxytocin is expressed in the neurobiology of hatred, of outgroup derogation. And the third part in our three foundation of mammalian bonding, biobehavioral synchrony, oxytocin, and the affiliative brain. The affiliative brain is built on top of the maternal brain in rodent. So research on the maternal brain in rodent began in the 1950s, and work pinpointed the medial preoptic area. It's a nucleus within the hypothalamus as key to the initiation of the maternal brain, primed by hormone of pregnancy, oxytocin, and prolactin. The MPOA sends projection, two types of projection. The first is to the VTA, let's call it the brain dopamine factory, the VTA, the reward system, to make the infant the most rewarding stimulus for its mother. And the second is to the amygdala, to increase maternal vigilance, hypothalamus at the top, and two projection. We call them the bliss and the scare, or the care and the scare. One, to make the child very, very rewarding. Mothers love the infant's smell, the infant's face, the infant's touch, the infant's hug. And one is to the amygdala, to make sure mothers constantly worry and vigilant about the infant. A similar network in fathers, even though it's controlled by somewhat different neuronal population. But look what happened in humans. So if you see here in B, this is the mammalian caregiving network that we know on the basis of rodent studies. But the human brain expanded massively, and the human caregiving system evolved to include several other systems that are critical for human caregiving, which are superimposed above the mammalian caregiving system. So if we look at the human parental brain, which is what you see in this diagram, you do see in all fMRI studies of maternal and paternal brain, you see the subcortical network that you see in rodents and non-human primates, the amygdala, the hypothalamus, and the limbic reward circuit. But on top of them, through multiple ascending and descending projection, their connection to the empathy network, which enable parents to feel infant pain and emotion, the mirror network, which enable parents to represent infant action in their own brain, the mentalizing network that enable parents to understand infant intention and communication from non-verbal vocalization and gestures, and the latest evolving emotion regulation network, which enable parents to multitask, to plan ahead for the future, but also to program parenting according to their cultures, rituals, and meaning systems, so that there is this kind of cross-generation transmission from parent to child, and there is the link that extends the person life through the parent-infant bond. So there is like all these empathy-related circuits and emotion regulation circuits that are superimposed on the immediate circuits that give immediacy, intensity, and subcortical fire to the more conscious and arduous task of parenting. I'd like to show you two fMRI studies that we conducted in my lab of the parental brain. The first study we asked, how do parents implement synchrony and infant care in their own brain? And the paradigm we use, this is an fMRI machine, and the paradigm we use is that we show parents a clip of their own infants, interaction with their own infants, and a clip of a comparable infant who is not their own. And we look at what are the networks and systems and nodes that activate to your own child, because attachment is built on exclusivity. The response to my own child is certainly much greater than that to a different infant. So in the first study, we recruited 45 mother to 4 to 6 months old infant. This is the height of the nonverbal synchrony period. And we divided them to mothers who synchronize with their infants. The synchronous mothers are those who match their behavior and nonverbal signals to the infant cue, the infant gaze, the infant smile, the infant readiness to interact. And intrusive mothers are those who overstimulate the child, usually out of anxiety, and disregard. You see this child is gaze averting, he's not really engaged, but the mother keeps on stimulating. And we exposed the mothers to about 40 minutes of images to her own infant, herself with her infant alone in several settings. And we asked which brain area differentiate between looking at my own infant and unfamiliar infant. And we saw two structures. The amygdala was much greater in the intrusive anxious moms, and the nucleus accumbens, which is an area in the subcortical dopamine network, was significantly higher in the synchronous moms. And then we used these two areas as seed regions, and we said which areas in the brain synchronize across the 40 minutes of observing videos, which areas in the cortical network synchronize either with the nucleus accumbens or with the right amygdala. So we found that for the synchronous mothers, if we take the nucleus accumbens as seed, all the systems that give meaning to the sense of reward are synchronized in the mother's brain, and they work together as a beautiful orchestra. So there's an underlying reward subcortical coloring to being a mother, but there's also empathy, and the mother is able to understand the child's signals, and the mother is able to give it meaning through the mentalizing network, and the mother is able to plan ahead and imagine the future relationship with the child and how it concords with her values and her culture. However, the amygdala activation, the anxious moms, not only there was extreme amygdala activation, but there was no top-down cortical processes from the emotion regulation or embodied simulation or empathy network that could suppress or modulate this anxious response and tune it to some kind of proactive parenting. And this is important to remember, because stress in relationship to the well-being of our loved one stands at the core of what turns the biology of love into the biology of hatred. In the next question, we ask, is the difference between the maternal and paternal brain related to biology, mothers versus fathers, having had a baby, going through pregnancy and birth and nursing, or it's related to caregiving, because mothers are usually the primary caregiving still, and fathers are usually secondary caregivers, even if they participate in infant care. And in this study, we had two groups. We had close to 100 first-time parents. One was a group of mothers and fathers in a typical heterosexual relationship, and the other 50 were gay couples who were living together and had a child by surrogacy and raised the child together since birth with no maternal involvement. So here you see there's a combination of nearly 100 first-time parents that combines women and men, primary and secondary caregivers, and also biological and adoptive parents. Because in every gay couple, there was one man who was the biological parent of that child and one man who was the adoptive parent. Both of them considered themselves primary caregiver. So first you see that when we expose them to all the videos of themselves and their babies and unfamiliar babies, you see that basically in all parents, men and women, primary and secondary, biological and adoptive, the same human caregiving network is activated, which includes the subcortical, mammalian general, amygdala, dopamine, hypothalamus, oxytocin, the embodied simulation, which is basically the mirror and the empathy network, and the mentalizing network. So basically you see that the commitment to raising a child and the acts of caregiving activate in the parent's brain the network of caregiving. And think about it that until about 150 years ago, every third mother died at childbirth, and many children were raised by a woman who was not their biological mother. So evolution had to put this system in a very flexible way in an adult brain, so it can activate flexibly when you assume the role of a parent and you become engaged in caregiving. However, there were two areas where there were marked differences between mothers and fathers. We had mothers, 5 times activation of the amygdala in mothers stronger as compared to fathers, secondary caregiving fathers. And STS, which is a keynote of the mentalizing network. In fact, it's an area that has both mentalizing and mirror properties through which we understand other people's actions and intention. A keynote of a theory of mind ability was much higher in fathers and in mothers. But if you look at the right green, primary caregiving fathers, the gay father had amygdala like mothers and STS like fathers. And when we looked for the mechanism by which men who did not go through pregnancy, did not go through birth or nursed, all of which sensitize the amygdala activation to work over time, what was the mechanism by which fathers can get their amygdala to work 5 times more than a regular father? And the mechanism is functional connectivity. Fathers who were primary caregivers and who engaged in active caregiving of their infants, in those gay fathers, in those primary caregiving fathers, we found connectivity which we did not find, not in the mothers or in the secondary caregiver fathers, connectivity between the amygdala and the STS, as if for those fathers, the maternal pathway, which save infants from, rings the bell all the time. You have to be aware of infant safety. You have to be aware of infant safety. That amygdala recruits the STS to protect infant from harm when mothers aren't present. But when we looked at this mechanism of connectivity between amygdala and STS, and we applied that mechanism to all father, we saw that the more the father spends time in caregiving for the child, but average hours that the father is alone with a child, alone meaning he has to be responsible for infant safety, that connects in his brain the paternal pathway, which is more cortical, which is more later evolving, with the maternal pathway, which is alarm system, more ancient, more mammalian general. So those abilities to connect the more primitive mechanism of the amygdala with a more secondary, higher order thought process related STS, this comes together with practicing and caring. Okay, so this is a figure that represents a summary of all imaging studies that were conducted on attachment, both parents and children, romantic partners, and friends. And what you see is the same story. You know, evolution is not very smart. Once it's found a trick, it's going to repurpose it forever. So the same caregiving system that underpinned parental care, it's the same system that activates when we fall in love, when we make friends. In my opinion, even if it has not yet been tested, this is what happens between patients and therapists. And it's the consolidation through caregiving, through synchronous behavior, we develop and consolidate a human caregiving system that is based on subcortical system that give reward and immediacy and vigilance. And on top of it, we integrate system that enable us to feel and represent the other person's thoughts and feelings in our brain, regulate it, and project to the future. Now, what happens between in-group and out-group? What happens to this human caregiving system that should make us all caring, empathic, loving, or at least understanding to our fellow human? Why is there so much hatred and prejudice and wars and aggression and violence? And this kind of aggression and violence permeated the entire history of Homo sapiens, everywhere, in every continent, at every period of history. And supposedly, if this is the biology of mammalian love, individuals who are raised with care and synchrony and good parenting, why is there so much hatred? The biology of love can in a heartbeat turn to hatred. The same system that support love also underpin outgroup derogation, hatred and prejudice, and oxytocin not only bonds us to our family, friends, those who are like us, but is also responsible for more prejudice. When you administer oxytocin, some of the result is that you would increase outgroup derogation, outgroup hatred, and prejudice. Because, why is it like this? Because these systems are critical for survival and evolve to respond in subconscious and rapid way based on micro segments of social behavior. So our brain right away processes those very, very subtle social cues that we learned in our earliest life when we began interacting with our mother. So in relation to biobehavioral synchrony, the brain processes immediately through its subconscious system, is this social pattern mine or not mine? Oxytocin. Oxytocin producing neurons in the hypothalamus stand in very close proximity to CRF producing neurons, so that the care and the scare, the oxytocin of affiliation and the CRF of stress and tension, stand right next to each other and immediately impact. So if there is any sign of danger, oxytocin would increase the aggressive behavior. And with relation to the affiliative brain, the subcortical structure respond immediately to signs of infant danger. And in a point, remember this triangle, oxytocin, amygdala, and VTA, the minute that we detect any sign of danger, amygdala trumps over the reward. Any sign of anxiety would increase the amygdala at the cost of the other side of the triangle. So we would be basically imprisoned by our amygdala, and our immediate amygdala responds immediately to signs of danger. This is a very famous book, the Butter Battle book. It's by Dr. Seuss, and it was written supposedly about the Cold War, and it tells you about a grandson and a grandfather that go to a fight. There's a fight between the Yuks and the Zooks, and the ammunition becomes from something relatively minor to bigger and to bigger and to machines and guns and total fight. And what is the difference between the Yuks and the Zooks? The Yuk eat their bread with the butter side up, and the Zooks eat their bread with the butter side down. So those minor social patterns that our brain detects, we make them into a scare. We make them, even if the others don't mean to attack us or don't mean to harm us. The fact that they are different and they behave different in very, very, very subtle and minor way, like eating their bread with a butter side either up or down, they cause so much stress that we begin to fire all our ammunition, and our brain calls all our alarm system in our brain, and our brain calls danger, and we begin to attack. I remember reading it to my kids, and they all love to say this sentence, which I'm reading it to you. "I'll have no more nonsense," I said with a frown, "from Zooks who eat bread with the butter side down." And those no more nonsense really made the ammunition race and cost many, many lives, where at the bottom of it, we feel the other wants to hurt us, but all the other really is behaving in the usual pattern of their social group. So we took these body of work, research to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, long-lasting, intractable conflict. I think by now we're talking about 4th or 5th generation of youth born into a conflict, which no one sees in the foreseeable future any kind of solution. And we thought maybe an intervention that's based on the insight we learned from the biology of love, those 3 systems and processes which I just detailed to you, the affiliative brain, the oxytocin system, and biobehavioral synchrony, can help us build an affiliation-based intervention that may change not only the behavior, but also the biology of Israeli and Palestinian youth. And we focused on 16 to 18-year-old youth, both Israelis and Palestinian, because this is a period when adolescents are very, very influenced. They really take on, they can be very, very influenced by charismatic leaders and divisive opinions, but also it's a period of opportunities where their brain has just matured to multiple perspective, and we thought this could be a period of opportunities. So we had teenagers, half Jewish and half Arabs, they were assigned to intervention and control group. We had group therapy. We wanted them to be in groups. So we ran groups that had leaders. They had each group was unisex. It was either a boy group or a girls group. Each group was 10 to 12 teenagers, half Jewish, half Arab. And they were moderated by two leaders, two professionals, one Jewish, one Arab, and each person could speak in any language they wanted so that they don't all have to speak either in Hebrew or in English. They could speak in their comfortable language and the moderator would translate it. We had intense testing before and after the intervention for brain, hormones, autonomic response, and social behavior. And we asked whether this affiliation-based intervention alter brain and social behavior to member of the outgroup. And this is what we did. You know, this is what the measurements before and after. They had conflict dialogue with members of their outgroup, one-on-one. We measured heart rate and skin conductance. We took oxytocin and cortisol, and we measured the brain basis of empathy and prejudice. And the results I want to show you today is from the brain, the D, the brain of youth who did or didn't go through the intervention. We had 8 sessions, each one lasted for 2.5 hours, where we used patterns from each culture, like songs and poems and holy scriptures in Hebrew and Arabic, and and we had activities. We felt that it should be bottom-up, behavior-based, synchronized activity, all kinds of games. But each topic, each session was devoted to a different topic that we thought was difficult, was problematic. So in the first, they had to be familiar with each other's, present themselves to the group, who they are, what they do, how their day look like, because we realized that differences in social patterns or differences in dress codes or differences in how the house is organized or how they go to school may trigger the entire biology of hatred or the entire stress alarm system. So the first 2 sessions was related to familiarity and affiliation. First, getting to know each teen, who they are, who they live with, their parents, the name of their siblings, the kind of school they go, their aspiration, what they like in sport, who are their idols, what they like to do in their spare time, what subject they like in high school. Affiliation was related to their family. What do they do on religious holidays, how their village or whatever family is, what is the kind of a year life cycle they do within their cultural framework. Third session, we spoke about the conflict and how you dialogue conflict without hiding the conflict, but how you are able to dialogue conflict in an empathic way. The fourth was devoted to prejudice, talking about what is prejudice, how it is expressed and the price of it, dialogue, learning skills for dialogue, what is empathy, and conclusion and commitment. There were 2 sessions where they had to speak about what they learn about the other. And the last session was very beautiful, where they had to prepare a metaphoric gift. So the 8th session was devoted to actual gift giving of each teen to the group. And then we measured the same thing. They had interaction with a member of the outgroup. They had to do a 10 minutes of dialogue on any conflict of their choice, heart rate, hormones, and brain. This is the brain measures we used, magnetoencephalography, MEG. It's actually a whole room. You go in, and the good thing about MEG is that it has relatively good spatial measurement, but it also has excellent temporal resolution. So you can measure within millisecond the brain's oscillatory activity, which you can't measure in fMRI. And the first paradigm we looked for is pain empathy. It's a very famous paradigm by Jean Dessetti and colleagues. This is the area, the sensory motor area in the brain, which lights up when we see a person cutting himself. Let's say when we see this person cutting himself with a knife, this area in the brain is activated because we are empathic to someone's pain. Our brain lights up in the pain area when we see someone else in pain. Now, what we did to this very, very famous paradigm is that we put a prime before when they saw each pain. You see this person is cutting himself with a saw, this person is getting into the bicycle, this person's hand is getting stuck. So all these are very sharp pain. And rather than just using the paradigm as is, we primed each pain, each picture with who is the protagonist. So this is Ahmed from Taiba, this is Gil from Tel Aviv, this is Sarah from Netanya, this is, what's a different name, could be an Arab name from Jaljulia. And so each person, each kid had the same number of painful stimuli to individuals from the in-group or the out-group. So for the Jewish teens, this Gil from Tel Aviv would be the in-group, and this Ahmed from Taiba, pain to him would be a pain to the out-group, and vice versa. For Ahmed, this would be pain to the in-group, and this would be pain to the out-group. And what we saw is really amazing. We saw activation of this sensory motor area as could be expected. When we saw, when the pain was inflicted to the in-group, there was alpha activation in this area, as can be expected through both primary, primitive, immediate sensory processing and higher order secondary cognitive processing. So you see clear activation of this area in response to pain to member of the in-group. But what happened when the pain was to member of the out-group, after a very brief 50 milliseconds period of grace where the brain automatically responds to pain of everybody, there were top-down mechanisms that suppressed the response to the pain of out-group. So that when you see that pain is inflicted to member of the out-group, your brain immediately responds automatically, but then suppresses the response to the out-group. So we don't really allow ourselves to feel the pain of the out-group, because I guess if we would feel the pain of the out-group, we would not be able to hurt him. As far as the dialogue, look at those teenagers. We measured the degree of hostility when they were dialoguing with each other on the conflict. Now, this is amazing. I don't know how it is in Chile, but in Israel, those teenagers live in something like 20 minutes or 30 minutes distance from each other. Israel is a small country. And this was the first time they had a one-on-one encounter with member of the out-group. So that those groups are so sick, you just build up mechanism that the other, just by being other and different and with different social patterns, is dangerous and ominous. And once you're bad, when there is no reason for the brain to assume it. You see that hostility was practically similar. Jews and Arabs expressed basically similar level of hostility to each other, and that it was medium level before the intervention. But the more hostility the individual expressed towards member of the outgroup during the dialogue, the more the difference, the intergroup bias between the brain response to the pain of the in-group and the brain response to the pain of the out-group. And that led us to believe that as you reduce behavior hostility or hostility in the meeting between a Jewish and an Arab teenager, there is a chance that also the brain would decrease the difference in which it responds to the pain. Because the brain response to the pain of a conspecific, of a fellow human, is an automatic response. And the fact that it's suppressed, there is something that is suppressing it from expressing the automatic response. And we thought that this gives us the idea that behavioral hostility, if we would be able to reduce the behavioral hostility, we perhaps will be able to alter the brain responsivity pattern. So this is the brain measure before. Here are some pictures from our group, and then there is the behavior measure. And this I'll show you from the IAT. This is the second paradigm. This is a very famous implicit association test that measures the implicit prejudice. None of us likes to consider ourselves as prejudicial or racial or whatever, not considering humans not as equal. But this is a measure that goes under the skin, and there is adjective like bad, good, and then there are names that can be congruent or incongruent with your group, with your group. So there is clean and dirty, and then Yoni and Ahmed, and you have to pair the congruent. Let's say if you're Jewish, clean and Yoni; if you're Arab, clean and Ahmed, and the incongruent, let's say bad and Yoni, bad and Ahmed. And thousands of studies have shown that it takes the brain a pair good adjective with the out group is the degree to which we can you hold prejudicial attitudes. And we wanted to measure it in the brain. So here you see the differences between congruent trials, which are shorter, and incongruent. Congruent, where the pairing is between the good adjective and your group, and the incongruent is the pairing of good adjective, good, clean, successful, smart, benevolent, with members of the outgroup. And this is what happens in the brain. There is an area in the brain, in the occipital cortex, and it is connected to higher order activation in the ACC, in fact, in the medial and ACC, where you see that there is a difference. There is no difference in the prejudicial brain response in the control before and after intervention. They didn't go through intervention. We just had brain measurements 2 months apart. But look what happened in the intervention. In the intervention, there was no prejudicial response when you see the pairing of incongruent after the intervention. And that tells us that actually you can shape the brain to include the other in the self. That once you know a person and you spend time with them and you realize that social behavior patterns are not dangerous but are just different, the brain stops fearing, and you see here there is no prejudicial response in the brain. Here you see two teenagers, Israeli and Arab teenagers, that talk. It's a very sweet talk. The Israeli says, this is what Israeli teens think. But in Israel, you have the best situation, and it's a much greater democracy than in the Palestinian Authority. And the Arab tells him it's not true. I have a cousin in Kuwait, and he's doing terrific. And so they're talking about whether Israeli society is prejudicial. And even though the talk is tough, they're able to do it with pleasant demeanor and dialogical attitudes. So to conclude, the biology of love and hatred are intertwined. They're based on the same ancient neurobiological systems and behavioral processes that underpin bonding. Neuroscience teaches us how deep and entrenched our biases toward our group are. We also learn that it is, to some extent, malleable. The neurobiological systems that support group cohesion are open to change when we learn to include the other in the self. And therefore, intervention should focus on opportunities for interpersonal encounters and one-on-one reciprocity. Thanks to the individuals who worked very hard to carry the study. Orna is our biochemist. Shafiq is my colleague, my Arab colleague, who we do all the Israeli-Palestinian studies together already for about 2 decades. Eliana and Hajar were the 2 moderators of the group. They were fantastic therapists with many years of experience in intergroup dialogue. Yoni is our brain imager, and Moran was the PhD students who carried the studies. So with this, I would end, and thank you very much.
Vivimos en la paz. Vivimos en la paz. Vivimos en la paz. Vivimos en la paz. Salam, shalom.
Nous vivons dans la paix. Salam, shalom. Nous vivons dans la paix. Salam, shalom. Nous vivons dans la paix. Salam, shalom. Nous vivons dans la paix. Salam, shalom.
We can live in peace.
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 Salam, shalom. Peace, 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 salam.
And now, before we go with Dr. Amy Klin, a few thoughts and questions. We live in a world of people interacting among themselves and also interacting with a world of things. We are genetically and evolutionary predisposed to live a social life, to focus mainly on people, to mentally engage through watching, hearing, touching, making sense of those perceptions and storing them for future reciprocal social interactions. There are genetic, constitutional brain dysfunctional conditions which predispose individuals to a wide array of developmental disabilities, such as autism spectrum disorders, which could mean being enslaved in the world of things. Early detection and implementation of neurodevelopmental intervention strategies can have a significant effect in these children, switching the pendulum from a life of disability to a life of diversity. Could we conceive of sub-threshold brain and therefore mental dysfunctions that combined and interacting with a non-adaptive or deleterious social environment could lead to subclinical syndromes? A vulnerable mental terrain in which the seeds of fear and rejections of those not like me, of anger, hatred, racism, and xenophobia could grow and flourish? Can these young minds be the fertile ground where social pathology grows? The antecedents of blaming others for one's unhappiness, for scapegoating, for hating, for aggression and war against a conveniently designated enemy. Can these emotional developmental vulnerabilities be predicted, detected, and intervened upon? Can we enhance the human connection and reciprocal engagement in situations that adverse conditions threaten child and family health and well-being? What should these enhancements be in early life to foster a sense that all of us can become messengers and agents of peace? For these thoughts and questions, I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Amy Klin. Amy is the former director of the Autism Program at the Yale University Child Studies Center. He currently is the director of the Marcus Autism Center, one of the 5 NIH, National Institute of Health, designated autism centers of excellence. Marcus, along with Yale, Duke University, UCLA, and UC Davis in the United States. He's also the division chief of autism and developmental disabilities at Emory University in Atlanta. His research focus has been on the social mind and brain and the developmental aspects of autism spectrum disorders from infancy through adulthood. His studies include the introduction of novel technologies such as the eye tracking laboratories that allow researchers to see the world through the eyes of individuals with autism. These techniques are now being applied for early detection in screening of toddlers who are at risk for autism. Dr. Klin is also a citizen of the world. He's Brazilian, Israeli, British, and American. But above everything else, Dr. Klin is a very good person and friend. Dr. Klin, please.
Well, welcome. Welcome to Caminos hacia la Salud Mental y la Paz. My name is Amy Klin, and I direct the Marcus Autism Center at Emory University School of Medicine and Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. And the title of my presentation is Imagining a Better World for Vulnerable Children, Lessons from Developmental Science. First, however, I need to thank my colleague of 22 years, Warren Jones. Dr. Warren Jones has been my partner in all the research that I'm going to share with you today. I have to thank, of course, all of my wonderful colleagues over the years, and most of all, the children and families that participated in our studies. in terms of disclosures, our research has been funded by the National Institute of Mental Health, the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, and several other foundations. I need to mention that some of the research includes work that we have done in the development of investigational devices, and I am an inventor and a patent holder that of technologies that were licensed to Early Tech Diagnostics. Early Tech Diagnostics is a social enterprise that aims to improve early detection and diagnosis of young children with autism, and returns any funds to support treatment of children with this condition. When I thought about what brings us all together today, thanks to Dr. Fishman, there are two things that came to mind. The first thing is that all of us attempt to leverage the science of human development to advance the cause of peace, and that's what I'll be talking about today. But there is another point of confluence, and that is all of us have had mentorship relationships with Dr. Donald Cohen, who died back in 2001. He was the director of the Yale Child Study Center. And there are two important lessons that I've learned from him over the years. The first one is that God or nature created us in such a way that from the time that we are born, we are dependent on another. In fact, we know that the beginning of mental life is in the mutually reinforcing choreography between baby and caregiver, a dance that becomes not only the platform for our survival, but also the platform for the emergence of mind and brain. And the second important lesson was that we are all, and every human being is, a world unto themselves, which basically means that we all create a world as part of that mutually reinforcing choreography. And that is something that is at the basis of the social neuroscience that I am going to present to you today. When Dr. Fishman asked us to talk about peace, when we talk about those kinds of concepts like peace among nations, the eradication of poverty, or the advancement of social justice, many people roll their eyes because they are thought to be, these are the intractables. These are entrenched ills that have been with us for millennia and are going to be with us forever. Well, what I would like to focus on today is on the modifiables. What are the proximal or active ingredients that allow us actually to make a dent ourselves, personally, within our environment and from our environment to society at large, that can actually minimize the impact of those ills? So rather than, for example, curing the world of poverty and waiting for some kind of a utopian world in which this is going to happen, we can do a lot of good. We can provide poor children and families with clear water, with mosquito nets, and provide them with viable nutrition. And a great deal is going to be done to advance their health and their well-being, reduce prematurity, and help families in creating an environment that is rich in language, provide them with language nutrition. We will also be able to greatly optimize children's outcomes. And the same train of thought goes for the area that I work in. And people often roll their eyes when we talk about advancing the interest of, for example, children with autism, a genetic condition. And there are perceptions of some kind of determinism, a genetic determinism, that the risks that a baby is born, whether it is genetic or medical or environmental, that those risks are going to define this children's lifetime outcomes. That determinism is not warranted. We, for the past now several decades, have learned a great deal about the way that genetic risks interact with the environment. And what we've seen is that there is much, much more flexibility than people sometimes choose to believe. In fact, what we can do is that for those children who are born with an attenuated sense of the other, as is the case in autism, we can engineer an environment that is going to maximize the human link, that is going to maximize human engagement and in that way enhance the very platform that moves mind and brain development forward. And we believe that the trend in neurodevelopmental medicine of this century is going to move from a quest for causes for everything, given the fact that so many of the conditions that we deal with are enormously complex, to actually doing something now, which is within our reach, to optimize outcomes. Now, this approach has had maybe not enough traction as we would like by now. And one of the reasons is that it goes against the kind of model that people have in their minds about medicine. In fact, the most momentous discoveries in medicine have come from finding the cure for a specific disease, like the discovery of germs. If you have an infection, I can provide you with an antibiotic and you're going to be cured. Vaccines have saved the lives of millions and millions of people. That is so to a great portion of medicine, but not as much in terms of human development, because risks tend to be multifactorial and enormously complex. And we should not wait until we know every factor and how to deal with it to actually do something now for the largest number of children and families. So what about peace? In order for us, for me, to talk meaningfully about that construct, I really have to go from the big abstract to the personal, and take every child as a world unto themselves. And that deep respect for every child should transfer also to those who are most vulnerable in society. In fact, our society should be viewed in the way that we are able to foster growth amongst the most vulnerable among us. And my contention is that the science of the emergence of mind and brain, sociality, the fact that our species has been defined by the fact that we live together, creates tremendous opportunities that we are now calling early brain health. And we can see the connection between early experiences and what happens later in life. And we can, in a very strong fashion, advance the interests of people who focus on behavioral mental health by thinking about what happens early on in life. And then there is, of course, my own sense of agency, because even though I love to read philosophy and have been a student of it for a long time, I need myself to feel that I can be an agent within my environment and translate something that we're trying to do to the realm of community and society in this way, maybe individually in a small, but together, a cumulative impact on what we can do to advance the well-being of vulnerable children and families, and ultimately to peace. It all starts with this universal principle that the platform for the development of the social brain is reciprocal social interaction. So what are the three factors that I would like you to remember? The first one is that we're born to orient to others. Without others, we would die. Now, it is not simply being cast into that world. What moves the emergence of mind and brain forward is reciprocal social interaction, is the active engagement of another human being and the mutually reinforcing choreography that I alluded to before. And another term that I'd like you to keep in mind is that when we come into this world, our brains are not fully formed. In fact, by the time that we celebrate our very first birthday, our brains have doubled and synaptic density has quadrupled. And I'm talking about all of the connections in our brain that are now resulting from those early experiences. Well, another principle that I like to convey to you is this notion of the co-creation of social experience. And as I try to transmit the importance of this construct, I often go back to this amazing scientist, Jacob von Uexküll, who studied the perception world of insects, like butterflies. And he was able to show that you take the same physical environment, say this beautiful garden that you see in front of you, if you're a human being, you're going to appreciate the garden and the landscape. But if you are a butterfly, there are going to be blobs and blobs of color. And the red ones are important because that signifies your survival, that signifies food. So if we are able to see the difference in the perceptual world of butterfly versus human beings, why is it so difficult for us to imagine that each child is creating his or her own world? And we better respect that individuality because those worlds are not created in the same fashion. Another important aspect of what I have to tell you is that nothing shapes the mind of the brains of our species, and by that I'm talking about primates in general, than the fact that we live in a community. We live with others. And therefore, we internalize those tools for thinking about the world in general. And this has been with us for a long time. And so we anthropomorphize all of our experiences. Think about the ancient world, when humans used to look up at heaven and see all of these points of light, all those stars, and they are twinkling. Well, what is that they were seeing? They were seeing those constellations, and they, of course, understanding the shape of those constellations on the basis of their own experiences. Now, that happened in the ancient world, and that happens in the lives of every child. So this little girl, my own daughter, when she was 2 years of age, I decided to put a talking head in front of her and see how did she react to it. And this is what she did.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! You hear me? I need to talk with you. Are you waking up?
Oh, somebody's here.
You know, listen for me.
Mom? Mom?
I got a mom. I got
Oh, it's you.
I see. Are you silly?
She was just learning English at the time because we spoke Portuguese at home. And but one thing that is clear, and this is universal, for me, this was a talking head that we built in a lab, and we program in a very simple fashion. And the little girl is basically treating this as any other thing that was of importance in her life, as basically another agent. And she was interacting. She was getting angry with that talking head because that talking head was breaking every single principle of conversation. It was not contingent. It was not building on what she was trying to convey, and therefore she's getting very angry. This is the vocabulary. It's the biology of communication. She was expecting from the talking head what she expected from every human being. That level of anthropomorphizing comes from the fact that, as I mentioned, sociality is really the evolutionary foundation of social brain. This is with human babies. But this is also with little primates, and we have been studying primates for quite some time now for the purpose of understanding sociality. This is the platform for the development of brain in primates. Okay, so what is the counterpart in our species? Well, this is the battleground in which we learn how to communicate with others. We acquire speech and language, and we understand the emotions of others and maybe a little bit about conflict resolution, maybe not. But the notion is that those are foundational principles of the development of the human mind and brain. So think about that. Let's move to autism and to intellectual developmental disabilities, because in our country, as it is the case all over the world, it's a public health challenge. Just think about this. This is one of the most common, if not the most common, complex neurodevelopmental condition. 1 in every 54 children. So imagine that 73,000 children are born every year in the United States who will have autism at a societal cost of over $120 billion a year in the US alone. And with a per family cost of $1.5 to $2.4 million for providing treatment and services for one child with autism. Now, there's also a positive side of this, is that most of those funds, they really go to provide help for older adolescents and adults who are quite disabled. In fact, what we have learned over the years is that the things that people have equated with autism, like the intellectual disability, the language disability, and the severe behavior challenges, are not part of autism. They are the results of autism, particularly undiagnosed autism without intervention. In fact, this is not controversial at all, and the American Academy of Pediatrics has since 2007 recommended the screening for autism in the first years of life. And yet, in a country like the United States, the median age of diagnosis of autism still hovers between the ages of 4 and 6 years. So imagine, we are basically missing an enormous opportunity to optimize these children's outcomes if we wait for them to develop all of those burdens when they reach school age. And then we're no longer treating autism, we are treating those morbidities associated with untreated autism. And what are the problems there? Well, we as a society don't have enough expert clinicians. And the models that we have to diagnose the condition are such that basically don't provide enough access to our population. So what happens if intellectual and developmental abilities more globally? We have prevalences of basically one in every 6 children have some kind of developmental actionable concern. You can see on this slide the prevalence rates for the different conditions. And we often think about some of the rare, the monogenic and highly penetrant conditions, but the fact is that intellectual and developmental disabilities, they are more prevalent from much more common conditions like prematurity. And children, for example, who undergo a surgery in the first year of life because of congenital heart disease, they too are at extreme risk for developmental delays and disabilities that translate later on into learning disabilities and the risk for neuropsychiatric morbidities. And in fact, for many of these medically fragile children, their medical condition may in fact be resolved by the time that they're 3 years of age, but then they are saddled with those developmental risks for the rest of their lives. There's so much that we can do. But by far, the most common risk for compromised neurodevelopment and neuropsychiatric adverse outcomes are things such as prematurity, having had poor prenatal care, toxic exposures, limited access to a medical home, to a physician, trauma and adverse child experiences, and an environment that did not provide you with rich language exposure. And this landscape, of course, is marked by racial and socioeconomic disparities. In the United States, the burden of intellectual disability among African-American children with autism relative to white children with autism is almost double. And that burden of intellectual disability extends to many other conditions, including genetic conditions. We have almost double the prevalence of intellectual and developmental disabilities among poorer children than affluent children. And you see here that the disparity in the number of premature children being born in this country, with African-American kids basically exceeding by several percentage points relative to white babies. And that represents every year an excess of 180,000 babies that because of that prematurity, they are at a higher risk for adverse outcomes later on. Those are, of course, children that have lower access to healthcare services. And for those of us who have been worrying about the prevalence of behavioral and mental health troubles later on in life, we have to remember that early brain health and later behavior and mental health are extremely tightly connected. Just as an example, here in the United States, the children who reach the juvenile justice system that are so-called juvenile delinquents, about 50 to 60% of those children display language delays or disabilities. Risks that, in fact, were not developed or they did not emerge when the child was 14 and 15. These are risks that emerge in the first 2 to 3 years of life. And that connection is critical. And for the past year in particular, this has brought into greater focus because of the double pandemics in the United States and elsewhere in the world, the pandemic of COVID-19 as well, of racial disparities. All right, so we have challenges. So what kind of opportunities we have if we define the world the way that we try to do so now? We can redefine autism because even though autism is one of the most strongly genetic of all neurodevelopmental conditions, if I have a child with autism and now I'm going to have a new child, a younger child, 1 in 5 will develop autism and another 1 in 5 will develop another developmental concern that is similar to autism. But there are hundreds of genetic variants that have been already implicated in autism. It's very critical for us to remember that you don't go from genes to a disorder. What those genetic risks do is that they basically alter normative behavior and brain development. They disrupt normative behavior. Every child needs to learn how to speak and engage and communicate with others. And that's what's being disrupted. The results thereof in the second year of life will become autism. But if that is so, what happens in the first year of life gives us an opportunity to alter the developmental trajectories of these children. And autism is an early onset disability, meaning that there is something that happens to the earliest mechanisms of socialization. So what's in the beginning for us to remember? Babies are born in this utter state of fragility. Without the caregiver, they would die. And so it stands to reason that God and nature would endow us with certain foundational instincts that would basically make us seek others. So what happens in this complex world of neonatal life? There are lots and lots of things for us to pay attention to, but what do babies pay attention to from the first hours and days and weeks of life? This is what they pay attention to, the world of people. In fact, anything that sounds like caregivers, anything that smells like caregivers, anything that moves like caregivers, anything that looks like caregivers, anything that interacts like caregivers is going to command preferential attention of babies. And remember that what we mentioned before, that what moves things forward is the active engagement of another human being. So placing a baby in front of a television is not going to do that. We actually know that babies that are exposed, for example, to a television speaking to them in Chinese will not acquire that language. It will not acquire that language because the way that we are built requires another human being actively engaged in our care. Well, I set up some principles for you. So let's now think about what you observe here. I'm going to show you a video of a 15-month-old little girl that we saw many, many years ago. At that time, she was the youngest child ever diagnosed with autism. And take a look and tell me, what are you seeing?
You're blocking the stuff you remember. You had to, oh yeah, you had to put those things. Okay.
So this little girl was in a world of her own. I was trying very hard to engage her. And even though I was about 2 inches from her nose, I didn't seem to be part of her life. So maybe she couldn't hear, maybe she couldn't see. But then 5 minutes later, she does something like this.
Haley up. Haley up.
Well, this little girl could not see me 2 inches from her nose, but she could see a little piece of candy, an M&M about 5 feet away from her. So obviously that the things that attracted her attention were very different from what I expected from all babies. And this little girl had a tremendous impact on the way that we built our entire research enterprise, because we needed to get inside into her mind and understand why was that so. And our working hypothesis is that children at risk for autism, they were born without this predisposition to orient to and engage with others. with an attenuated sense of others. So on the left, you see what's this most important thing for our little babies. And our children, the children with autism, tended to focus on the world of things. This little boy, for example, was very interested in bottles and made a collection. So what does that have to do with the children's lives? Well, if you begin life in one trajectory, you become an expert on people. But if you become so entranced in the world of things, you may become an expert on things, ever more complex things, but things nevertheless. So what about this little girl? Remember what I mentioned in terms of the neuroplasticity of the first years of life, okay? And the fact that the brain is both becoming the instantiation of our genetic code, as well as instantiating the experiences that we're having in the first years of life. And if so, what about these little girls? Both mental and brain development. And that's the question that shaped our work. So we had to develop technologies and ways of measuring what does the world look like for somebody like her. So we leverage eye tracking technology to take a look, basically stand right behind her eyes and hopefully somewhere in her mind and see what the world looked like from her standpoint. This is my colleague Warren Jones, and this is a 5-month-old little typically developing boy. And so you see that these eye tracking technologies are very innocuous. So while the baby is watching a mom on video and is happy, we are measuring what this baby is doing about 120 times a second. Well, and here is now what a typically developing 5-month-old does when he's looking at a mom in that video. I took off the sound here, but as you see, this baby is falling in love with that lady's eyes. And the eyes are not only the window to the soul, the eyes are also the window to social neuroscience. Let's take a look now at a 5-month little boy who later was diagnosed with autism. Let's see what he does. And what you see here is that the eyes do not attract his attention. In fact, spending a lot of time in that mouth, and through a series of studies, we basically could find out that little toddlers with autism spend a lot of time looking at people's mouths because of a physical contingency. The fact that lip movements and speech sounds come from the same place on the video. That's, of course, a physical contingency, very different from the attraction to the eyes, which is a social contingency. So what we decided to do is to take basically a page from the CDC, from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. You've probably seen those kinds of growth charts, typically of physical height and weight and even head circumference. And we wanted to create the same kind of growth charts for foundational mechanisms of socialization, such as, for example, looking into people's eyes. And we have done those things over the years. And what you see in this graph in the top is a growth chart for eye looking from age 2 months all the way to age 24 months. This is percent fixation during video viewing on the eyes. And the bottom graph tells you basically the first derivative, the change in fixation to the eyes. And this is for typically developing children, okay? From the, so he goes up, and then he goes down, and he goes up again by 24 months. He goes down because typically developing children begin to look more at people's mouths when they are beginning to speak their own, their very first words. So they somehow use the visual input from other people's mouths to scaffold their learning of the first words. But this is what happened with typically developing children. What about children who eventually were diagnosed with autism? So this is what happened. They start all the way up there, and in the first 2 years of life, you see a free fall of percent fixation to caregivers' eyes. And what you see in front of you is basically the unfolding of autism. We did so with a first cohort, and then we replicated that in another cohort. Well, Why making such a big fuss about looking into people's eyes? Because that's a foundational mechanism of engagement. In fact, in studying brains at the same time that we're studying the way that the children engage with others, we have been able to show that eye looking, something as ephemeral as falling in love with the eyes of others at the age of 160 days, positively contributes to maturational level, to the maturation of white matter microstructure in two particular circuits, in the genital corpus callosum and in frontooccipital fasciculus at 162 days. In a way, we cannot talk about behavior and brain separately, because brain becomes the instantiation of those behavioral experiences. We also were able to show how foundational those mechanisms of socialization are. We've been conducting eye tracking studies with infant monkeys, and we've been conducting studies of the brain of infant monkeys as well, and we see remarkable homologies. In fact, if you make the transformation necessary, because infant monkeys, they grow at a much more accelerated rate than human infants, you see that the curves are almost identical. They are identical for the way that they behave relative to their caregivers, and they are identical in terms of certain brain underlying structures that are basically fostering the emergence of social brain. And this happens as well within the first years of life, as we see, and that basically creates a framework for us to understand why early detection intervention is so important. Here, what you see in this graph is basically the lifetime maximum expression of genes associated with different aspects of brain development. So if you focus only on the second row in synaptogenesis, this is basically the differentiation of cells, the connection of those cells with others that are, of course, they are also, as I mentioned before, instantiating those early learning experiences. And the brighter the color, the greater the gene expression. You see that lifetime maximal expression of genes across several different brain structures happen between 6 and 18 months. This is an enormous window of opportunity that we have to change developmental trajectories of vulnerable children. That's when those experiences matter so much. Now, I've mentioned to you that autism is a strongly genetic condition and is very heritable. But for years, we haven't known what is heritable. And we had the hypothesis that the same mechanisms that are important for us to grow as social beings might be also the kinds of things that are disrupted by the genetic risks in autism. But first, of course, we had to show that our eye tracking assays of social visual engagement, the things that I've showed you a moment ago, were in fact genetically determined. And so we conducted this study with identical twins and fraternal twins. These are all toddlers around the age of 25 months. And what we did, we had the toddlers watch those videotapes of caregivers and of little children interacting in separate rooms, okay? So imagine that one child, one twin watches this in one room and the other twin watches in another room. And then we try to bring this all together. We juxtaposed those crosshairs that you see now in this video. And this is now the juxtaposition for a fraternal twin pair, share about 50% of their genotype. Take a look. Now take a look at what happens for identical twins who are basically DNA carbon copies of each other. When we quantify this kind of agreement, this is what we found. That, say for something like eye looking, identical twins had an agreement of 91%, whereas fraternal twins had an agreement of only 35%. The difference between 91 to 35 tells you how strongly genetic that particular behavior is. And what was interesting was that this was not only as a reaction to those videos that they're watching. Even when they are watching different videos the same agreement held, which basically means that they were not only reacting to other people in the same way, they were also seeking social information in similar ways. Now, what about situations that are more complex, like, for example, our exposure to peers? These are now fraternal twins. Remember that each one of them is watching this video separately in different rooms. And now take a look at identical twins watching the same video. Remember, they are watching this video in separate rooms. Well, when we analyze those data, and I'm not going to bore you to tears with some of these very complex graphs, but this is what we found out. That identical twins are more likely to move their eyes at the same moment in time. In fact, at microscales of tens of milliseconds, about not more than two synaptic connections from the first transformation of the visual signal into an electric signal. Identical twins are also more likely to move their eyes in the same directions and also onto the same semantic content at the same moment in time. What does that mean? Well, it means that the same behaviors that we have been measuring are under strict genetic control. And here you see a density distribution of looking at people's eyes and people's mouths in these typically developing habits. Our hypothesis is that maybe just those kinds of foundational social skills were in fact disrupted in autism. And that's exactly what we found. If you compare those density distributions to now results of 2-year-olds with autism, you see that they are segregated by the way that they visually engage with other people in one cohort and now in an independent second cohort. So let me summarize this to you. Those things as ephemeral as social visual engagement, the way that we look at the world and therefore learn about the social world around us, is highly heritable. And it creates high probabilities that we are going to be pushed to the same hotspots of socialization. What does that mean? It means that each one of us is creating our own world. And those predispositions are under very strict genetic forces. So what does that mean for this little girl? We had to measure those experiences impinging upon her that were shaping the emergence of her mind and brain. Now, I mentioned to you, this is the battlefield of brain development. Well, how do we measure the way that children are reconstructing that video stimulus? So imagine that this is a frame of the video. And now you have an equation there. That equation is for one viewer. We're talking now about 45 typically developing 2-year-olds. This is the amount of visual resources that one child is dedicating to that spot of the screen at that moment in time. That equation comes from the way the photoreceptive cells are represented in the retina of higher primates. Now, imagine that there are 45 typically developing children watching that frame, and now you're seeing the collective results. They seem to be converging on that spot, and therefore the colors are getting hotter because there is greater convergence of visual resources of the entire group. Now, let's take a look from a different standpoint. Let's take the bird's eye on this frame of video. We call this the map of visual salience for that video, and the hotter colors tells you where most of the children are paying attention to. And if we do that, we can now watch the same video through the eyes of those 45 children. And moment by moment, we see what is happening with them. Here, there is a little convergence, maybe not, and then all of a sudden, something important happens, and you have tremendous convergence. Oops, here it happened. Now, by doing this, we could quantify the way that the children were in fact engaging with that video stimulus. So look now at the Z axis, which is time, the different frames of video that are basically 36 frames per second. And now we carve that mapping of visual salience from one frame throughout the video. And those becomes what we called funnels of attention. These are space-time distributions of visual resources by a group of children watching that video. And if you do that, you can now see, if you pay attention to the left panel, you can see the delineation of hotspots of socialization. These are typically developing toddlers watching that video. And they are telling what are the important things that are happening right there, moment by moment by moment. In fact, if you do that, you're going to see that sometimes they're not paying attention to either face of the toddlers, that they're paying to something in between them. It's because one of the toddlers is looking at it. And all of these 2-year-olds are so sensitive to that visual cue coming from the eyes of one of the toddlers. And they're paying attention to the object, which is the subject of the conflict between those two toddlers. Now, what we've seen is that when typically developing toddlers watch those videos, they spend 80% of the time looking at the same place at the same time. And those, in fact, become enculturation forces. Look here at the funnel of attention for typically developing toddlers, and now compare them with scan paths for 2-year-olds with autism who are watching the same frame as part of that video. You see the divergences. Where the typically developing were paying attention to that. What about the 2-year-olds with autism? To that. Now, what we see is that there are hundreds of those kinds of divergences between the two groups. In fact, we could measure over 570 divergences in no more than 5 minutes of free viewing of that social video. And so what you see, these are momentary losses of those early experiences. These are all social learning experiences. Now, the children continue to do that, of course, outside of our experiment. And there is an accrual over 13,000 divergences in only 2 hours of experience of the social world, translating in more than 15 million divergences over a full year. So what we see is that the behavior or not being engaged and entrained to those hotspots of socialization translates into missed opportunities for learning at that level of frequency. So remember that, as Jolie Du, a wonderful neuroscientist, once named the subtitle of one of his books, The Synaptic Self, being "Our brains become who we are," meaning that those experiences are now becoming instantiations in function and physical unfolding, really, of our very brain. You want to understand further. So the top panel is typically developing 2-year-olds, and the bottom panel are toddlers with autism, and you see that they're not being entrained to the same things. Oh yes, there is a happy ending for that video. And you see that all of those typically developing children are focused on the climatic frame there, not so the kids with autism. Therefore, they watch the same thing. They were presented with the same thing, but what their brains reconstructed was something very, very, very different. And we were able to capitalize on that in order to create new methods for us to identify maybe children with autism early on in life. For example, we used a sample of over 1,000 children. About 2/3 of them provided us with the models, those data-driven attentional funnels for hotspots of socialization moment by moment. And then we tested those models in a replication cohort. And so here you have the typically developing children. We used those data to look at divergences that our children with autism are showing as they were watching that video. And as I mentioned before, there were hundreds of those divergences. When we sum them all up, we could create a method that lasts for about 12 minutes of video viewing, creating a level of accuracy of over 83%. So we are getting closer and closer to creating the technology that allows us maybe to increase access to the early detection and intervention. And what about the false positives? Well, we found out that the vast majority of false positives in that procedure were children who had other developmental concerns. Each one of those rows is one of those false positives. So basically, we're also picking up children who had non-autistic but other developmental delays that are actionable and in fact can benefit from early intervention. We could also use those kinds of models to predict things such as level of social disability against gold standards of measurement of social disability, like the Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule. We also could predict the level of verbal intelligence and the level of nonverbal intelligence using the same assay. And more recently, we completed a national clinical trial, an FDA-registered national clinical trial, and 6 sites in the country using this machine.
Yeah. Just like the car. It's just like the cars. Swing them in here.
I'm running short of time, but the reason why we were doing this is because we have the fact that only about 2 of every 5 children receiving special education services in the United States are actually identified and provided with help in the first 3 years of life. We needed something that was going to short-circuit this lack of access in our healthcare system. We needed a high-throughput, low-cost deployment of something that would help us detect vulnerabilities early on. And the idea is to prevent and attenuate the burdens of autism, intellectual disability, which we have found over the years, it's not inevitable. Were we to be able to identify this condition early, intervene early. In supporting the system, a system that really does not have a large number of expert clinicians that can help our children early on. And sure, what we've learned from the genetic influences on the condition also give us a sense of what kind of treatment we might be able to support. Remember that things such as social visual engagement, the way that we engage with others, is under strict genetic control. And we are very interested in reducing the societal cost, for the individual cost, the family cost, and the community cost of this condition. So the notion is that even though we may be genetically programmed to be social, and this program is altering autism, there is the other side of the equation. That in fact, social experiences are co-created by this environment and the way that the children experience that environment. In fact, we can engineer that experience, we can enhance that human connection. And here is some work in collaboration with Dr. Amy Weatherby that we've been doing for the past several years.
Babies learn to talk at an amazing rate. They go from sounds to words to sentences in the first 2 years. Before they can talk, babies watch what you do, listen to what you say, and try to figure out what you mean. Every month, babies reach important new milestones, but the ones that matter most are the ones that come before they can do and say matters, especially during this critical time when your baby's brain is developing the most rapidly and is shaped by the experiences you provide. Learn how to turn everyday activities into learning moments. Every moment counts and learning never stops. Find out what's in store for your baby each month. This is the most important role of your life.
We as parents, we are part of this equation, and we need to create tools that are going to increase access. And so Dr. Amy Weatherby's group and our group have been developing those online tools for parent training, for provider training, and for early interventionists, so that we are able to not only create a level of surveillance, but a level of empowerment of the parents, so that they understand that those moments matter and they have agency into that. We can, in fact, use caregiver-mediated interventions to imbue every moment of the child's waking life as a therapeutic moment. And we can do so in ways that actually allay parents' anxieties, empowers them to basically become an even stronger agent in the emergence of mind and in the emergence of speech, language, and communication skills by basically building everything that we do using every moment's life's experiences as a moment for us to advance the engagement and to promote those critical early skills. And when we are there working with parents and engaging them and training them, empowering them, particularly the most vulnerable parents, such as, for example, pregnant teens, we have goals not only for the child, we have goals also for the parents. Because remember, so much of what is going on is the product of that mutually reinforcing choreography. And what we have found over the years is this is true not only for children at risk for autism, they're also true for children with other genetic conditions. In fact, it is true for other children with medical fragility, in fact, true for children who grow up in disadvantaged backgrounds, in which the opportunity for us to help parents create greater resiliency, greater agency, a language-rich environment might be a way of acting on that modifiable factor, ensuring that there won't be intergenerational transmission, not of poverty only, but of developmental vulnerabilities. And in this way, we might be able, not necessarily curing those kinds of entrenched conditions in human existence, but we might be able to optimize outcomes and create trajectories that are going to make possible for every vulnerable child to fulfill their promise. In my field, we have seen this work in other fields in the realm of child maltreatment, for example. There are wonderful people who have been advancing the same goals over the years. Dr. Jack Shankoff, in working with children with maltreatment, even at the national level, at HRSA, Dr. David Willis, talking about the need for us to advance relational health. And here in the state of Georgia, we have entire public health campaigns that try to promote the notion of language nutrition, helping parents develop a sense of agency, that their most important role in their lives is to ensure that their babies develop in a world that is not going to create more challenges to their success. So Talk of Me Baby is now something that is a public health campaign, not only in the state of Georgia, but in several states around the nation. So let me end now by giving you the takeaway messages of what I tried to convey to you today. Autism is a massive public health challenge and enormous public health opportunity as well. Children's lifetime outcomes can be optimized with early detection, with access to diagnostic services, and to adequate early intervention. The greatest burdens of autism, the ones that make this condition at times so burdensome to families and to the educational system, the healthcare system, society at large. The intellectual disability, the language disability, the severe behavior challenges are not inevitable. They are results of autism. They aren't autism. And were we to be able to promote early brain health, we might be able to optimize children's outcomes. And yes, some of those foundational mechanisms of socialization are under genetic control, but we can use cost-effective ways of engineering an environment that are going to significantly attenuate those adverse consequences of those initial risks. And the future of what we do with children is going to be spent more on optimizing their outcomes so that we don't wait to a time in which we have cures for everything. And finally, the message is for us to change the narrative of this trait called autism from one of disability to one of diversity. Thank you.
Y ahora, con mucho agrado, last but not least, les presento al doctor Andrés Martín, quien en estos momentos nos recibe en esta mañana en New Haven. Andrés es profesor titular de Psiquiatría y de Psiquiatría Infanto-Juvenil de la Universidad de Yale. Él es el director médico de la unidad intrahospitalaria de Psiquiatría Infanto-Juvenil en el Yale Child Study Center. Andrés, eres también, entiendo, el director médico el director de estudios médicos del Centro de Aprendizaje de la Facultad de Medicina de la Universidad de Yale. ¿Es así? Y Andrés es vicepresidente de la IACAPA, que es la Alianza Internacional de Profesionales de Salud Mental, psiquiatras infanto-juveniles y también profesiones afines. Andrés es también el ex editor en jefe de la prestigiosa revista del Journal de la Academia de Psiquiatría Infanto-Juvenil americana. Es realmente un placer y un honor para mí y para quienes estamos escuchándote, Andrés, en Chile, en Argentina, en Perú, en Colombia, en Brasil y también en los Estados Unidos, recibirte. Bienvenido, Andrés.
Gracias, Pato. Gracias por esa invitación y gracias por la oportunidad de estar con ustedes en Chile el día de hoy. Cómo me gustaría poder estar en persona en Chile por mi 7ª o 8ª visita al país. Desafortunadamente la pandemia ha tenido planes distintos para nosotros, pero seguimos adelante y creo que lo que hemos aprendido el día de hoy y lo que vamos a aprender es realmente lo que nos junta. Gracias por esta conferencia. El título creo que lo dice todo y gracias por el neologismo, Pato. PazCiencia. Paciencia. Excelente. Y voy a tratar de embonar mis comentarios dentro de esa palabra. Como ven, el título de mi plática es Construyendo paz de mente a través de la disrupción de jerarquías. Tal vez suena un poco extraño, pero creo que conforme les hable se va a entender de lo que estoy hablando. Primero, mis declaraciones de conflictos. Los únicos conflictos que tengo realmente son neuróticos, así que no tengo conflictos financieros que declarar, pero sí es importante que mencione que si bien no tengo nada que confesar, sí tengo mucho que compartir. Y esa es una de las cosas de las que voy a estar hablando el día de hoy. Que todos tenemos mucho que compartir y que a través del compartir podemos ser realmente los doctores, los psicólogos, iba a decir curandero, pero curandero es una palabra distinta, pero todos los que nos dedicamos a curar y a ayudar a los otros.
Se puede decir sanador, Andrés, sanador hasta cierto punto.
Gracias. Hemos escuchado esta mañana de 3 de mis queridos amigos y maestros, Ruth Feldman de Israel, Amy Klein en Atlanta, pero originalmente de Brasil, y Jim Leckman, que trabaja muy cerca de mí aquí en New Haven, Connecticut. Cuando veo sus 3 pláticas y habiendo oyendo sus 3 pláticas, y ustedes como audiencia tal vez se preguntan, ¿cuál es el denominador común de estas 3 pláticas? Y para mí es bastante sencillo. Si ponemos este dibujo aquí, podemos pensar en ellos de estas 3 maneras. Por un lado tenemos aquí, podemos decir, el amor y el odio. Podemos decir los míos y los otros. En el caso del autismo, ¿cómo puedo detectar quién es mi mamá, mi familia, los míos y quiénes son los ajenos? Y en el autismo, como hemos oído de Amy, a veces eso falla. En el caso de Jim, hemos oído a través del planeta quiénes son nuestros amigos y quiénes son nuestros enemigos. Entonces, en ese contexto, ¿dónde embona mi plática? Bueno, aquí está mi retrato, mi fotografía, como pueden ver. Y de lo que voy a hablar yo el día de hoy es nosotros y ellos. Nosotros y ellos. ¿A qué me refiero? Mi plática va a estar dividida en 3 partes. La primera es lo que yo voy a llamar, no me digas, muéstrame. En inglés decimos show, don't tell. Enséñame, no me platiques. Y van a ver cómo a través de teatro, a través de actuación, a través de video, cómo hacemos esto muy real. Y les voy a dar ejemplos. Hasta ahora todo esto les debe de sonar bastante teórico, pero en unos segundos van a entender a lo que me refiero. La segunda parte de mi plática va a ser esta diferencia entre nosotros y ellos aplicado a los sanos y los enfermos. Los sanos y los enfermos. Y cómo tenemos que disrumpir nuevamente esta jerarquía. Finalmente, en la tercera parte de mi plática, voy a hablar de cómo es que aparecemos nosotros, cómo nos presentamos y quiénes somos realmente. Y cómo hacemos esto en el contexto clínico y en el contexto interpersonal. Así que vamos a empezar con la primera parte. No me digas, muéstrame. Show, don't tell. Una de las actividades que hago yo aquí en Yale es que soy el director de una unidad que se llama Pacientes Estandarizados. Es una unidad de enseñanza que usamos a través de toda la escuela de medicina, de enfermería. Y lo que hacemos es que contratamos a actores profesionales y les damos roles médicos para que actúen esos roles y para que podamos practicar con ellos diferentes actividades médicas, de entrevista, de examen, etc. Lo que les voy a enseñar ahora es cómo usamos estos pacientes estandarizados, ya sea en vivo, pero obviamente no les voy a enseñar en vivo, o en video, hacia enseñar ciertas cuestiones médicas. En el caso de hoy, voy a tomar dos temas de la psiquiatría contemporánea que son frecuentemente difíciles de hablar, no entendidos, estigmatizados, incómodos. Y el primero de ellos es el TOC. El TEC, creo que se dice en español, la terapia electroconvulsiva. Ese va a ser mi primer ejemplo. Y el segundo ejemplo, más hacia los niños y adolescentes que nos traen juntos el día de hoy. Como pueden ver en esa fotografía, papá e hijo están hablando de algo muy incómodo. ¿Cómo es que podemos hablar de cuestiones incómodas con nuestros pacientes? ¿Y cómo es que les podemos enseñar a nuestros residentes, a nuestros alumnos, a nosotros mismos, cómo tener estas pláticas difíciles? Puesto que como psiquiatras, como psicólogos, gran parte de nuestra labor es tener pláticas sobre temas difíciles. Si fuera fácil, cualquiera lo podría hacer. Pero nosotros somos los que hablamos de cuestiones difíciles. Bien, el primer ejemplo, el de la terapia electroconvulsiva. Les quiero mostrar aquí un estudio que hicimos, fue publicado este año, una colaboración entre la Escuela de Medicina de Yale, la Escuela de Enfermería de Yale y la Universidad de Tel Aviv en Israel. Y lo que hicimos en este estudio es ver cuál era la actitud, no de médicos en este caso, sino de enfermeras y enfermeros en la escuela de enfermería. Estos son estudiantes que apenas estaban empezando enfermería y que habían oído la palabra terapia electroconvulsiva nada más como la oímos nosotros en los ámbitos de medio, no profesionalmente. Y lo que les quiero enseñar son las actitudes que vimos en estos estudiantes, que diría yo son realmente las actitudes de la población en general. Antes de la intervención educativa, les pedimos a estos 110, 120 estudiantes, dinos 3 palabras que te vienen a la mente cuando escuchas terapia electroconvulsiva. Estas son las palabras. Y para darles una idea, los tonos cálidos, los tonos en anaranjado y rojo, son términos negativos. Los términos grises son términos neutros de información. Y los términos azules son términos positivos. Y como pueden ver, antes de esta intervención educativa, la gente tiene en general actitudes muy negativas sobre la terapia electroconvulsiva. No es común, es arcaica, me da miedo, solamente los psiquiatras de hace 100 años lo usan, es traumática, la llaman electroshock, es lo último de lo último de lo último que vamos a usar y realmente está pasada de, no se usa estos días. Después de la intervención y después de estos videos que les voy a enseñar, esas fueron las actitudes. Como pueden ver, los colores han cambiado de cálidos, negativos. Tenemos muy pocos cálidos. Tenemos pocos, pero significantes en azules positivos. Terapéutica, ayuda, positiva. Es el gold standard. ¿Cómo se dice, Pato? Gold standard es el tratamiento principal o el mejor tratamiento. Pero lo más notorio aquí, lo más notable, es cómo subieron los términos grises, que son los términos neutros, diciéndonos que lo que hicimos no fue un comercial diciendo compra esta bebida o compra este carro, sino que dimos información que no estaba ahí. Bien, como les dije, mi plática del día de hoy es muéstrame, no me digas. Y hasta este momento les he estado diciendo. Así que les voy a mostrar. El segundo estudio que hicimos con este mismo grupo, la colaboración entre Enfermería, Medicina y Universidad de Tel Aviv, fue hacer estos videos sobre terapia electroconvulsiva usando pacientes estandarizados. Y todos estos videos, por cierto, pueden ir a este artículo, está en el web, pueden bajar el artículo y pueden bajar estos videos para enseñar, para aprender, para revisar, para que haya un estímulo que todos los que estamos aprendiendo terapia electroconvulsiva lo veamos. Esto es para darles una idea de cómo creamos estos materiales con un crew profesional de videograbadores, con 2 actores, actrices profesionales, una mamá que está aprendiendo el rol de depresión crónica, que ha fallado tratamientos de medicamento, que está teniendo problemas cognitivos dado la severidad de su depresión y que viene con su hija muy preocupada en que la mamá no puede ayudar, le están fallando las cuentas, se ha perdido varias veces, está hablando que no quiere vivir, etc. Y madre e hija vienen a una consulta con el doctor, que no es un psiquiatra en general, sino es un psiquiatra especialista en terapia electroconvulsiva, ya que el psiquiatra ha visto que necesitan hacer algo distinto. Estos videos, son toda una serie de 5 videos, desde la plática, de la descripción del tratamiento, el tratamiento, todas las fases de esto. Lo que quiero hacer es enseñarles 1 minuto del video. Y quiero enseñarles qué es la terapia electroconvulsiva. Para ustedes que no la hayan visto y tal vez hayan oído o hayan visto una película sobre TEC, sobre electroshock, y tengan estas imágenes en su mente de lo terrible que es esto, quiero enseñarles cómo se practica el día de hoy la terapia electroconvulsiva. Estamos en el hospital y vamos a ver 1 minuto. Esto es en el hospital de Yale, cómo aplicamos terapia electroconvulsiva cada día.
I'm ready. Green light.
It's been about 90 seconds. Treat. Okay. Delivering the stimulus. Looks like the convulsions have ended, but she's still seizing. All right, and the seizure has stopped.
Como pudieron ver en este minuto, eso es la terapia electroconvulsiva. Antidramático, la convulsión, ¿vieron? Son esas pequeñas fasciculaciones, esos pequeños movimientos. La paciente está bajo anestesia general, está paralizada, pero puede respirar con ayuda de una bolsa de ambú. Las 3 personas que ven aquí, los 2 doctores, son doctores de verdad. El doctor a la izquierda es un psiquiatra que hace terapia electroconvulsiva. El doctor a la mano derecha es el anestesiólogo. Y esta es una enfermera que trabaja en TEC todos los días. El único actor aquí es la paciente. Y pasamos bastante tiempo enseñándole cómo son las convulsiones, exactamente, pero lo que están viendo es exactamente lo que pasa en terapia electroconvulsiva. Y el mensaje es que es realmente antidramático, muy fácil, tardó menos de 1 minuto la convulsión, le va a tardar tal vez 1 hora salir de anestesia completamente, de la confusión, pero esa es terapia electroconvulsiva. Y eso es lo que nos ayuda no nada más a mover los malentendidos y el estigma, sino a enseñarle a cantidad de estudiantes qué es lo que pasa en terapia electroconvulsiva. es difícil llevar a 110, a 120 pacientes en cada clase que tenemos a que vean terapia electroconvulsiva. Pero a través de este video todos pueden ver lo mismo y podemos entablar una plática y conversación y preguntas y demás. El siguiente ejemplo que les quiero dar sobre esto de muéstrame y no me digas es de un tema muy incómodo. Un tema que yo sé es incómodo para mí y tal vez para todos o muchos de nosotros. Y es cómo hablamos de sexualidad, de sexo con nuestros pacientes. Y sobre todo con nuestros pacientes adolescentes y cuando tenemos la dicotomía, la polaridad entre el paciente y padre, madre. ¿Cómo navegamos estas conversaciones? Lo que les voy a enseñar es un estudio que está a punto de ser publicado. Como pueden ver, estas son las galeras. Todavía está bajo los últimos detalles, pero es un artículo que va a salir publicado este mes, en el que hablamos de educación sexual para psiquiatras infantiles y adolescentes. Y lo que hicimos aquí es a través de videoconferencia sincronizada con Zoom, que es lo que estamos usando aquí. Usamos videos, nuevamente usando pacientes estandarizados, e hicimos este estudio en 14 sitios de psiquiatría infantil a través de los Estados Unidos y de Brasil, por cierto, todos en colaboración con la Academia de Psiquiatría Infantil de los Estados Unidos. La primera parte es que nuevamente les preguntamos a estos 150 participantes, dinos las 3 palabras que te vienen a la mente cuando tienes que hablar de sexo, de sexualidad con tus pacientes. Y esta es una nube de palabras en que cada palabra está a proporción de la frecuencia en la que se fue usada. Mientras más grande sea la palabra, fue usada más. Y como pueden ver, las palabras más importantes son importante, es un tema importante, incómodo, y la palabra más grande es awkward, una palabra en inglés muy bonita que no tiene una traducción perfecta al español, pero yo diría que es una combinación de vergüenza ajena, incomodidad, no sentirme bien, y eso es lo que la mayoría de estos psiquiatras infantiles pensaron. Eso es lo que pienso yo. Es una conversación difícil. ¿Cómo pues podemos enseñarle a nuestros residentes, a todos nosotros como doctores, a tener estas pláticas? ¿Y cómo podemos compartir con nuestros pacientes que está perfectamente bien hablar de estos temas? No nada más que está bien, sino que es importante, que es crítico, que puedan sentirse en un espacio cómodo para hablar de estas cuestiones. Lo que les voy a enseñar ahora es un clip, un video de 2 minutos en los que ya salió el padre del cuarto, el padre muy incómodo porque encontró a su niño viendo pornografía y decidió hablar de esto con el psiquiatra. El chico está del cuarto con el doctor, sale el papá y vamos a hablar 2 minutos. En estos 2 minutos, la doctora va a estar hablando de cómo podemos preguntar sobre función sexual con nuestros pacientes. Y lo que quiero que escuchen, y esto va a ser en inglés, pero la traducción espero sea fiel a esto, cómo podemos dividir la función sexual de una manera que podamos obtener la información que necesitamos y dar la información que necesita el paciente para la mejoría necesaria. Así que voy a dejar de hablar y les voy a mostrar. Enséñame, no me muestres.
I hate talking about that stuff with him there. He and my mom were so worried that I watched porn. Well, it didn't even work. I can't finish. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about that stuff.
Bobby, it's good that you brought it up. Your sexual health is just as important as the rest of your health, and it actually connects to the rest of your health. I'm wondering what you mean by you can't finish. When we talk about sexual function, it can be helpful to think of it in sort of 3 categories. The first category is sort of like the electrical. Can you still get aroused when you look at these images? Like, do you feel desire like you always have?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So that's intact. The next category is the mechanical. Are you able to get the same sort of erection that you've always gotten? And then the last category is the hydraulics. And there's a lot of different words you can use, but can you finish? Can you come? Can you ejaculate and achieve orgasm?
I think it's mechanics and hydraulics. It takes a very long time for me to finish, and sometimes I can't at all, even with porn.
It's frustrating. Was it always this way, or is it different since you started your antidepressant?
Now that you mention it, it did change early this year. I used to finish very quickly when I, did that.
Yeah.
But now it takes forever, and I'm just frustrated. But it's not like I'll even get a girlfriend or anything.
I mean, regardless, this isn't unusual, and it's good that you brought it up. The medication you're taking can actually impact sexual function by making it harder to orgasm. And if it's bugging you, there's things we can do to address it.
Yeah, actually, I am kind of worried for if I do get a girlfriend. So I've totally avoided Molly's texts because I thought I was crazy.
You're not crazy.
Thank you.
Ese es un ejemplo del tipo de pláticas difíciles que podemos facilitar a través de estos ejemplos. Bien, voy a moverme ahora a la segunda parte de la plática, que es esta dicotomía, esta diferencia, esta gran barrera que existe entre los sanos y los enfermos. Quiero proponer un ejercicio mental. Quiero que piensen en su propia mente sobre esquizofrenia, pacientes con esquizofrenia, gente con esquizofrenia, y que piensen si les gustaría que un paciente con esquizofrenia, una persona con esquizofrenia, fuera su vecino, que viviera en la casa o en el departamento junto a ustedes, o que fuera a un club social junto con ustedes. ¿Qué tan cómodos se sentirían con eso? Y si son ustedes como la mayoría de la gente que somos, profesionales o no, es posible que las imágenes que tengan en su mente sobre esquizofrenia sean informadas por cuestiones como estas. Busqué en Google imágenes sobre esquizofrenia. Esta fue la primera imagen que vi. Terror, confusión, inhospitabilidad. No quiero a esta mujer como mi vecina. Tal vez más comunes son las imágenes que vemos en el cine. Hay infinito número de ejemplos, pero un ejemplo del año pasado es la película Joker, una película extraordinaria, extraordinaria como cine, extraordinaria como actuación, pero terrible en cuanto a lo que nos dice sobre la esquizofrenia. Y estas imágenes de gente con esquizofrenia siendo asesinos, siendo antisociales, es lo que nos ha dado este estigma internalizado. Hemos internalizado imágenes estigmáticas sobre lo que es la esquizofrenia. Y es ahí donde entramos al tema del estigma. Algo tan importante para la psiquiatría. La estigmatización social que viene con las enfermedades puede ser aún peor que la enfermedad. Este sentido de aislamiento. Entonces, lo que hemos hecho es a través de pacientes profesionales, de pacientes estandarizados y a través de individuos con esquizofrenia, hemos hecho estos pequeños videos para cambiar las actitudes de estigmatismo. Los dos primeros ejemplos que les voy a enseñar, cada uno más o menos 1 minuto y medio. Sebastián, de la mano izquierda, Ámbar, de mano derecha. Ellos dos son pacientes con esquizofrenia, individuos con esquizofrenia, hablando de sus actitudes con la enfermedad. Estos no son actores, estos son individuos adultos con esquizofrenia que están de acuerdo con compartir su historia. El tercer ejemplo es un ejemplo de un chico con depresión. Este es un proyecto que estamos a punto de empezar y como son menores, este es un chico de 15 años, no sentimos que éticamente sería adecuado tener a un chico con enfermedad mental hablando de su propia enfermedad mental. Así que lo que hicimos es contratar a un actor profesional y les voy a dar estos 3 ejemplos para que vean. Y les voy a decir también cómo es que estamos usando estos ejemplos para cambiar actitudes de estigmatismo. Empecemos con los primeros 2 ejemplos. Ámbar.
Every day is a battle. I'm not going to lie to you. Every day is hard because it's not easy going outside, taking the train, being around people, providing customer service when you think the world is just out to get you. And now I understand that that's part of my illness and that's not my reality. I was studying philosophy. It was my second year, and I was just recovering from the death of my dad, and it was an interesting semester. I went 4 days without sleeping. I started to experience things like hearing voices and seeing things that weren't there. I would lock myself in my room and I would have no connection with anyone. I really give props to people who have been diagnosed for years because I don't know how they do it. The injection has made it simpler for me to understand that I am just another person with schizophrenia. It's not just, it's not the end of the world. It's not something that's impossible to live with.
Ese es el primer ejemplo y diría yo que si ella fuera mi vecina estaría muy cómodo. Vamos a ver el segundo ejemplo de Sebastián.
The week before I was scheduled to move in at Syracuse University, I went shopping with my mom to buy dorm supplies. While we were shopping, I was having very vivid visual and auditory hallucinations. I remember feeling like anytime we walked by somebody, I felt like they were giving me weird looks, and for some reason I thought they were all scheming something behind my back. I thought that my immediate family was plotting to kill me. I thought my friends were all also trying to kill me. I didn't start to get better until group therapy, and that helped a ton. They were super helpful getting me back on my feet, they helped me get a job, and then slowly but surely I started putting the pieces together and the recovery began. I'm currently a student at Syracuse University. I'm a jazz guitar major. I remember the first guitar lesson I had with my new guitar teacher. He asked me, he's like, what happened? I haven't heard from you in a while. I was supposed to see you in the fall. And I was like, oh yeah, I had a little bit of psychosis. And he was like, wow, that's heavy. Guitar as a coping mechanism is just great. It'll just be there every time, you know.
Usando este tipo de ejemplos, mi colega Doron Amsalem de la Universidad de Tel Aviv hizo un estudio que fue publicado apenas hace un mes en el Boletín de Esquizofrenia, que es la revista científica más importante de esquizofrenia, en el que hicieron un estudio randomizado, aleatorio, usando este tipo de videos en aproximadamente 5,000 personas. Hay maneras de hacer estos estudios enormes a través de plataformas como Amazon y un producto de Amazon que se llama Amazon Turk, en el que podemos tener 5,000 personas y randomizarlos aleatoriamente a varias intervenciones. En este caso, la intervención fue video en negro, una viñeta, un estudio escrito describiendo a alguien, y un control en el que no había nada. Y lo que hizo mi colega fue medir las actitudes sobre gente con psicosis, con esquizofrenia, antes y después de ver el video. Y estos son los resultados. En la medida de distancia social, qué tan lejos o qué tan cerca me gustaría vivir con esta persona, pueden ver que el video, mucho menor, aquí mientras más bajo mejor es el resultado, hubo una diferencia importante con los controles. Al ver estos videos nos sentimos menos estigmatizados, más abiertos. ¿Qué tan separados queremos vivir de esa gente? ¿Qué tantos estereotipos, prejuicios tenemos? ¿Qué tanto queremos restringir socialmente a la gente? En fin, el ver estos videos ha llevado a cambios en las actitudes de gente a nivel grande. Como les digo, son estudios de miles de personas. Estamos a punto de hacer el mismo estudio con chicos y les quiero enseñar el video, en este caso, sobre el estigma de la depresión en adolescentes y el querer buscar ayuda para esos problemas. Les recuerdo que este es un actor, no un paciente.
Hi, yeah, so a little bit about myself. My name's Dan.
Perdón, no empezó el video donde quería que empezara. Veamos.
There's that specialize in this, and those are the ones that are best equipped to deal with it. I was diagnosed with depression. It felt real. It finally justified those feelings I was feeling as something diagnosable and treatable, as opposed to just something that I was making up or, you know, just being a downer or something. Looking back a year in the past, I can definitely see that talking to someone made just the biggest difference on the planet, you know, in terms of my own mental health. And I talked with my psychiatrist, and after a couple sessions we decided that medication would be a viable option for me. And while that did help, we also had a lot of tough one-on-one sessions where we would really break down what was going on. For instance, I had a tendency to catastrophize things. You know, I would see a problem, like soccer tryouts, for example. So when soccer tryouts came up, I made it this test of life or death. If I don't play well, then my whole career is going to be over. When in reality, it was just high school soccer tryouts, and by getting myself so wound up, I actually probably performed a lot worse. I feel like I'm at my A game again. I feel like I've gotten to a point where I can play the sport without having it be this catastrophic thing that, you know, it will be or it won't be my life, you know. I feel like I can just play it to enjoy it like I used to. And, yeah, I don't know which of the three really made the biggest difference, the medication, the therapy, or just getting back on the soccer field again. But, you know, all three of those things just really made me feel like myself again. And I think that's the most important part of it. Depression isn't who I
Perdón. Bien, para la tercera y última parte de mi plática, quiero hablar de esta otra diferencia, y es cómo aparecemos, cómo nos presentamos como médicos, como psicólogos, como profesionales, y quiénes somos realmente. En particular, quiero hablar de compartir experiencias personales, y compartir no nada más experiencias bonitas personales, pero experiencias difíciles personales, experiencias de adversidad, incluyendo experiencias de salud mental. Y la idea aquí es que como médicos, como psiquiatra que soy yo, y muchos de ustedes psiquiatras, psicólogos, hay esta actitud a veces que nosotros estamos intactos y los pacientes tienen estas enfermedades. Y la disrupción de la jerarquía a la que me refiero aquí es que somos mucho más similares que diferentes. Y que estamos todos en esto juntos. Y que de hecho los psiquiatras, los psicólogos no estamos inmunes, no somos inmunes a estas enfermedades, a estas patologías. Y de hecho es posible que tengamos más que la población en general. Mucha gente, incluido yo, escogimos este campo precisamente por nuestra propia salud mental o la salud mental de nuestros familiares. Y en vez de esconder eso, creo que tenemos una oportunidad de celebrar eso, de compartirlo para ayudar. No como narcisistas para platicar de nosotros mismos, sino para permitir que nuestros pacientes y la comunidad y que todos nosotros podamos hablar de una manera abierta sobre salud mental. Como les dije al principio, no tengo nada que confesar, pero sí tengo mucho que compartir. Y les voy a compartir un poco sobre mí. Como algunos de ustedes sabrán, y si no, por mi acento sabrán, soy de México. Les voy a decir un poco de mi experiencia personal. Y he pedido a mi amigo, a mi colega, a mi hermano Habibi, libanés, Hankir, que está en Londres ahora, pero es de Líbano, le he pedido a él también que nos comparta. Voy a empezar un poco conmigo. Esta es una plática que di en el enero del 2018. Y fue la primera vez que hablé de una manera abierta, muy abierta. De hecho, lo hice en un TED Talk que pueden ver en la red. Hablé de mi depresión, de mi historia de depresión, de mi historia personal con depresión. 4 o 5 episodios muy serios en mi vida de depresión. Una historia familiar con mucha depresión, con terapia electroconvulsiva en mi familia. Tal vez por ahí también es mi interés en terapia electroconvulsiva. De lo difícil que fue salir de estos episodios, de los meses y de hecho los años de batallar con depresión, empezando como un chico. A los 12, 13 años fue mi primer episodio. Y durante años no es algo de lo que hablaba yo, es algo que tenía escondido. Y al empezar a hablar de esto, primero con algunos amigos y después con más amigos y eventualmente de una manera abierta en pláticas, en conferencias, la respuesta que encontré en mis colegas fue de las cosas más bonitas que he encontrado en medicina. Y lo que encontré es que colegas, amigos venían y me decían, es que yo también, yo tal vez no depresión, tal vez no exactamente lo mismo, pero resonando con mi experiencia de depresión. Y eso me dio esta sensación que no debemos de tener esto escondido, sino que lo tenemos que compartir. La fotografía que ven, por cierto, en la que estoy en mi bicicleta cruzando los Estados Unidos de oeste a este, lo hice al final del año 2017 y fue parte de cómo batallé mi depresión. En fin, podría seguir hablando de esto, pero quiero decirles que fue tan fuerte la respuesta de mis colegas que dije con otra colaboradora y otros colaboradores que creí que nada más se sentía bonito decir esto y que no nada más sentía la gente resonar con mi historia, sino que creí y creo que hay algo realmente importante en compartir estas historias. Así que decidimos estudiarlo de una manera empírica, en una colaboración nuevamente entre Yale y la Universidad de Tel Aviv. Y hemos publicado 2 artículos sobre esto este año. En el primero hablamos de nosotros como médicos, compartiendo nuestras propias experiencias de depresión, de ansiedad, de enfermedad bipolar, etcétera, con estudiantes de medicina. Lo hicimos en un estudio aleatorio, randomizado, y encontramos unas diferencias notables, mejorías en actitudes de estigmatismo y en actitudes de buscar tratamiento. Porque hay mucha pena, mucha ambigüedad, mucho estigma en yo no voy al psicólogo, yo no voy al psiquiatra. Y nuestro mensaje es, claro que vas al psiquiatra, claro que tienes que ir. Igual que irías al oftalmólogo, igual que irías al dentista, tienes que ir al psiquiatra. Y vimos esos cambios positivos. Hicimos un segundo estudio, un año después, con una muestra completamente distinta en la misma escuela y encontramos lo mismo. Expandimos lo que habíamos visto, que compartir estas experiencias tienen un efecto positivo en la salud mental y en el estigma entre estudiantes de medicina. Hemos replicado esto ahora con una escuela de, una colaboración, un network de 5 escuelas de physician assistants, asistentes médicos.
Hola, ¿me escuchan?
Y pronto vamos a replicar esto de una manera grande el día 15 de diciembre.
Vamos a comenzar
y todos
muy
están
pronto.
invitados y con gusto comparto la información. Pero es
No
una
wonder I'm
colaboración
depressed.
entre Yale y la Universidad de Southampton, en el sur de Inglaterra, en la que el presidente de la universidad ha invitado a los 22,000 estudiantes de la universidad. 22,000 estudiantes para un evento en el que 5 de nosotros vamos a compartir nuestras experiencias propias con nuestra salud mental, con nuestras adversidades, con experiencias de racismo, de sexismo, de todas estas cuestiones de las que no nos sentimos cómodos hablando, hablarlo de una manera grande y vamos a estar haciendo un estudio de viendo cómo las actitudes en estudiantes cambian. Estamos muy emocionados porque creemos que es la primera vez que que va a haber un estudio de este tipo a nivel de una universidad general. No es nada más de medicina, es toda la universidad y como les digo, 22,000 estudiantes. Lo último es que les quiero presentar a mi amigo Hankir, Ahmed Hankir. Él ha utilizado la combinación de teatro, de poesía y de psiquiatría. Él es un psiquiatra en Londres, original de Líbano, como les digo, y tiene el sanador como doctor, como paciente. Somos doctores, somos pacientes. La jerarquía no es clara. Somos los mismos, somos los unos y los otros. Y van a ver que tiene un estilo muy intenso. Y les presento a mi amigo que me dijo que me asegurara de mandar saludos a Chile. Y gracias por compartirnos, por acompañarnos hoy.
And I didn't receive the highest honors despite my living experiences with mental health problems. I received the highest honors because of my living experiences with mental health problems. And I'll close with a poem. And these take-home messages. That it's okay not to be okay. There is no shame in living with mental health problems. That effective treatment is available. Seeking help is a sign of strength. It's not a sign of weakness. And recovery is a reality for the many and not for the few. And this is my poem, The Conflagration in My Wake. Regard the conflagration in my wake, an inexorable inferno burning bridge after bridge. Emancipate me from the shackles of my mind. Release me, I beseech thee, from the indignations of my past. But wait, an incandescent silver lining? Was it not the mystic Khalil Gibran who proclaimed, the more melancholy carves into your being, the more jubilation it can contain, and even the beauty of birth, even the beauty of birth will leave its own scars. So adorn my face then, not with a masquerade, but with a smile that never fades. And patient no more, but healer now I am. And often to the kingdom of the sick I shall foray, with lineament and manner born out of experience, and as my instruments of healing. And as I behold my neighbor's gaze, she whispers unto me, you're a good doctor, Dr. Hanker. An unbridled joy just gushes forth from my heart. It's not me who heals you, my dear. It's you who heals me. People experiencing psychological distress in any of its many forms, I know that the world can be a dark and lonely place, I know. But please don't give up hope. Because if I can recover and function and succeed and realize my dreams, I believe that you can recover and function and succeed and realize your dreams too. Thank you.
Gracias, Habibi. Y con esto quiero terminar, finalizando donde empezamos, con este neologismo, esta gran palabra que Pato inventó, paciencia. Y si fuera a dar un resumen de mi plática, creo que es esto. Logremos paz de mente, vayamos hacia la paz de mente sabiendo que somos más similares que diferentes, ya sea nuestros pacientes y nosotros, ya sea los chilenos y los mexicanos, ya sea los del norte y los del sur, ya sea los amigos, los enemigos, todos somos humanos, todos somos hermanos y eventos como este nos recuerdan de esto. En resumen, aquí nos tienen, los 4 que hablamos el día de hoy, con esa imagen que les había mostrado y para resumir nuevamente, amor, odio, los míos y los otros, amigos, enemigos, nosotros y ellos. Pero lo que yo diría es que si tratamos de hacer la álgebra aquí y simplificar esto, tal vez lo podemos simplificar de esta manera. Amor, míos, amigos, nosotros. Creo que ese es el sentimiento que tenemos el día de hoy. Y tenemos algo en común, nosotros cuatro, y Pato Fishman, y muchos otros. Y eso que tenemos en común es Donald Cohen. Donald Cohen, que fue nuestro maestro, nuestro amigo, nuestro gran colega. Donald murió joven en el año del 2001 y dedicamos, y sé que Pato dedica esta plática y este gran esfuerzo a nuestro maestro, que en paz descanse. Y aquí nos tienen, en 1997, mi primer viaje a Chile, con Donald y con 3 colegas de los Estados Unidos, Mark Riddle, John Walkup y Gary Young. La primera vez que fui a Chile, durante la mayor parte de mi niñez, México y Chile no tenían relaciones diplomáticas, así que fue una gran emoción ir a Chile la primera vez en mi vida, y ha sido una gran emoción volver, y sé que vamos a estar juntos. Sé que vamos a estar juntos en Chile en algún momento, amigos de México, de Brasil, de los Estados Unidos, amigos de Israel, como Ruth el día de hoy. Esta palabra paciencia en hebreo es sablanut, paciencia, y amigos de Líbano, sabr, paciencia, paciencia. Gracias a todos, ha sido realmente un placer y un honor acompañarlos el día de hoy. Gracias.
Qué presentaciones más extraordinarias. Thank you.
Extraordinary presentations. Extraordinarias presentaciones. Muchas gracias. Podríamos, vamos a tener la ayuda de interpretación simultánea. Pero antes de agradecer a todos los miembros del panel, yo quisiera también agradecerle a usted que nos está viendo. Probablemente partieron a las 3 de la mañana, como nuestra amiga Catherine Myers desde Seattle. Hay muchas personas que están muy lejos en otro uso horario y hemos estado llenos de mensajes de parte de ustedes para poder tener esta posibilidad de ver estas presentaciones maravillosas. Estas van a estar disponibles después en nuestra página web, el sitio web de Fundamental. Tenemos muchas personas que nos han enviado preguntas que ya en un minuto más vamos a empezar a abordar. Pero también quiero agradecerles a Fundamental, nuestra Fundación de Salud Mental, la familia de Alejandro Weinstein. A través de ellos siempre han estado detrás del proyecto que nosotros desarrollamos, bien sea en la academia, en el área de la salud mental. Gabriel Reutemann, Ronnie Fishman también, quienes me han ayudado mucho en la planificación de esta conferencia. Leonardo Garrido, quien es nuestro técnico, Iván Jiménez, quien es el intérprete. También a Recalcine Abbott, a Ana Luque en su representación, quien siempre ha respaldado nuestros proyectos. Y también mi profundo agradecimiento a ustedes, queridos amigos, Jim, Ruthie, Ami, Andrés, por todo lo que ustedes me han enseñado en el tiempo y por su amistad. Así que vamos a comenzar con algunas preguntas. Alguien preguntó, Jim, si se puede tener información para las personas sobre cómo hacerse parte de alguna de estas organizaciones que mencionaste durante tu charla. Sí, no tengo ningún problema en informarles sobre el consorcio o alguno de los otros programas que yo mencioné, pero también a mí me interesa ver cómo yo puedo ayudar en algunos de los otros proyectos de desarrollo infantil en Chile. Bueno, seguimos esperando algunas preguntas del grupo de Concepción. Si no recibimos una pregunta directa de ellos, quizás los puedo poner a ustedes en contacto directo a través de correo electrónico. También la oficina regional de la UNICEF es un buen punto de contacto. Bueno, tú has trabajado con muchísimas organizaciones y distintas personas. ¿Crees que hay algún hilo conductor, algo en común que une a todas estas organizaciones, estos profesionales que van más allá de su sola sensación de ayuda y que tratan de trabajar integrando esta diversidad de campos, tratando de que los niños puedan ser agentes de la paz? ¿Qué es lo que tú has visto? A ver, esto me recuerda a los famosos y los maravillosos colegas que tenemos en el mundo que realmente quieren marcar una diferencia. Estoy acá con algunos otros amigos y colegas en este preciso momento, ¿verdad? Que también están determinados a marcar una diferencia. Así que sí, es increíble. Estaba leyendo un poco sobre las autobiografías y biografías de Frederick Douglass. Y es increíble a esas personas que realmente están determinadas a hacer algo distinto en el mundo y a juntar a otras personas. Eso hace que estemos todos profundamente interconectados. Tenemos que marcar una diferencia. Todavía hay mucho por hacer y es un niño a la vez. Hablando un poco sobre unir a personas desde las distintas partes de los conflictos, compartiendo comidas, momentos. Hay oportunidades, a ver, tenemos personas de distintos lados, desde distintas trincheras en el Senado, en el Congreso, y parece que no trabajan juntos. ¿Hay alguna edad a partir de la cual perdemos la flexibilidad de trabajar en conjunto hacia un objetivo común? No, no. Y me parece que de cierta forma, más bien las personas mayores también están más determinados en lograr algunos cambios, pero siempre es un paso a la vez. A mí siempre me impresiona mucho lo importante que es darle a las mujeres oportunidades de liderazgo también. Ruth, tengo una pregunta para ti. ¿Las conexiones neurobiológicas comienzan durante el embarazo? ¿Hay algún tipo de estudio durante de la biosincronía conductual durante el embarazo? Sí, sin duda, entre madre y feto. Pero también hay nuevas literaturas que muestran que hay algo en torno a los padres. Padres, sabemos a partir de la literatura de animales, que los padres se sincronizan con las señales sensoriales maternales. Y hay algunos nuevos estudios fMRI de los padres, que aquellos padres que sus parejas están embarazadas tienen sincronía en preparación para el nacimiento. Así que, de hecho, se puede decir que todo este proceso que espera que el nacimiento del bebé es el echar a andar todo, un proceso que nos conecta. Y nosotros nacemos en una biología que nos permite tener esta condición natural por el ser mamíferos. Somos una biología de parejas y es un mensaje, yo diría, optimista para que el amor está en los orígenes de nuestro ser y nos toma simplemente un poco de tiempo para poder visualizarlo, pero podemos llegar ahí. Sí, bueno, y en ese mismo sentido tenemos varias preguntas en torno a lo que ocurre durante el proceso de apego, de vinculación, cuando tenemos niños que son producto de embarazos no planificados o aquellos que se conciben in vitro. Sí, a ver, hay dos respuestas en realidad para cada uno de tus ejemplos, porque los niños que se conciben in vitro son niños deseados y amados y los padres igual lo están esperando y es igual que la biología de los padres, de la cual mencioné. La evolución nos ha preparado para distintos caminos y de esa forma poder activar nuestro amor y por eso nosotros incluso podemos amar a los niños a quienes nosotros no dimos a luz como padres o como padres adoptivos. Así que el que sea in vitro no necesariamente es a través del proceso de la fecundación. No, la oxitocina también puede ingresar a través de otros caminos para poder activar el sistema, la red del cuidado. Ahora, cuando son embarazos no deseados, en la mayoría de los casos, o una vez que el niño queda solo, hay padres que lo adoptan. Ahora, en aquellos casos cuando los padres no se enamoran del bebé, apenas lo ven, que existe una de las patologías del apego, que puede ser depresión o puede ser que hay una ruptura del vínculo y esas personas así que necesitan intervención terapéutica para que los padres y ese bebé puedan conectarse para de esa forma no impedir el desarrollo neuronal, mental, emocional y de desarrollo en general. Ami, tú mencionaste la importancia de la vida, de la temprana y una nutrición con un lenguaje rico. Ahora, ¿cómo sensualizas tú eso? Es decir, ¿cómo se entrega eso tanto a niños vulnerables como también a niños no vulnerables? Bueno, una de las razones por la cual he conceptualizado la mejora de este vínculo con estos niños es para poder pasar de la identificación de algunos trastornos a crianza con las condiciones necesarias para esa coreografía de refuerzo mutuo que tiene que ocurrir entre el cuidador y el bebé. Entonces, este elemento es algo que desde la ciencia se aplica hasta la salud pública. Por ejemplo, miren, aquí en Atlanta tenemos una campaña de salud pública que se llama Talk Me Baby. Esa campaña en realidad está dirigida a madres muy vulnerables, incluyendo a aquellas adolescentes embarazadas que se encuentran en una situación donde no tienen ningún tipo de control sobre las condiciones de su vida, pero lo que nosotros como sociedad tenemos que darles es ese apoyo de representación por los demás, donde ellos van a tener una red importante de apoyo y que ellos juegan un rollo de su niño, de su mente, de su cerebro y sus emociones. Así que esta campaña de salud pública trata de crear un ecosistema donde hay respeto por el bebé, y los mensajes vienen del uso de esta metáfora. Nadie va a decir que un niño no hay que cuidarlo y por ende a nosotros nos gustaría poner que el entorno muy rico, con mucho lenguaje, realmente significa el apego, el vínculo, la interacción de un adulto que se enamora de un bebé y ve cómo el bebé se enamora de ellos. Es una forma de poder tomar y quizás de aprovechar la ciencia del desarrollo cerebral temprano en una red de salud pública. Y esa red quiere decir que independiente de las condiciones adversas en las que se encuentran algunas familias, siempre existe el poder, la capacidad de poder tener el control sobre algo que es de la mayor importancia en su vida. Muchas gracias, Ami. Creo que respondiste en parte la próxima pregunta que tenía. Esta es, ¿cómo se enseña el respeto a las personas después de que han cumplido 15 años?
There is a quality which is part.
A ver, hay una cualidad que es parte de la evolución de nuestras especies. Los cerebros han sido formados principalmente por la socialidad, por el hecho de que vivimos en sociedad. Y el surgimiento de la mente tiene que ver con la condición de reconocer y que tenemos que tener respeto por los otros. Es una característica humana y eso, claro, es algo individual, pero no es algo necesariamente abstracto, sino es respeto para con los otros, amor para con los otros. Un mensaje de salud pública que nosotros tratamos de transmitir es que la mayoría de los adultos, y sin duda que los adolescentes en algún momento fueron niños, ¿verdad? Y tenemos ejemplos a partir de la salud pública que nos dice la importancia de la conexión entre la salud mental temprana con la salud del desarrollo conductual. Un ejemplo en este país es que entre 50 y 60% de los niños de 14 15 años en este país que se encuentran en el sistema de justicia juvenil también tienen retrasos en el lenguaje y discapacidades. Y les garantizo que esas discapacidades y retrasos no surgieron cuando tenían 14, 15, 16 años, sino porque esto aparece durante las primeras etapas de la vida. Así que si en realidad nos importa realmente poder tener resultados más adelante en la vida, es importante establecer esa conexión desde temprano. Y el mensaje que ustedes han escuchado de todos nosotros, pero también desde Ruth, de parte del punto de vista neurobiológico, es que existe una continuidad. Y nosotros, cuando tratamos de promover la paz, tenemos que tener un objetivo que va mucho más allá de lo que está pasando en este momento y pensar la nueva ciencia del desarrollo temprano, ¿qué nos entrega en términos de poder cuidar y criar a una nueva generación de niños, de familias, que vaya de lo abstracto y de sus condiciones adversas a aquellas cosas que son factores modificables, su ambiente próximo? Todos lo hacemos como científicos, pero eso también queremos transmitirlo, sobre todo para las familias vulnerables, cuya resiliencia es la característica más crítica que tenemos que reforzar. Muchas gracias, Ami. A mí me gustaría poder agregar algo, porque me parece que acaba de decir un poco de cosas muy importantes y me gustaría agregar otra perspectiva sobre cómo entregar respeto después de los 14, 15 años. La biología del amor nos dice que nosotros creamos un vínculo con otra persona. Eso nos ofrece oportunidades únicas para el cerebro, de sincronía, oportunidades exclusivas para poder ser una biología que nos permita aprender el respeto mutuo. Y me parece que eso es lo que hacemos en terapia. Durante la terapia, cuando nosotros tenemos estas relaciones uno a uno con otro ser humano y ofrecemos esta plasticidad cerebral. Mi respuesta entonces a cómo se enseña respeto después de los 15 años es tener relaciones uno a uno significativas con ese adolescente que probablemente tiene múltiples problemas, problemas de lenguaje, de autoestima, también problemas legales, de autorregulación. Y a través de esta relación uno a uno con un mentor, terapeuta, con algún profesor o profesora, con algún entrenador de deportes, con un ser querido, con un amigo cercano, esos serían los caminos para la plasticidad cerebral y para enseñar el respeto. Excelente, aunque se supone que yo no debo responder preguntas. Dame un minutito, Jim. Hace algunas décadas, un analista, Frank Alexander coined term, habló de la experiencia emocional que era la base de la psicoterapia y creo que podemos entregarle a los niños de 15 o más experiencias de emoción correccional, incluso si no somos terapeutas. Doctor Leckman. Sí, yo estaba reflexionando un poco sobre lo que decía recién Ruth y creo que mi experiencia en términos del trabajo con individuos tanto en Israel como en Palestina es que cuando juntamos a las personas y les damos la oportunidad de compartir comidas, que conversen, que interactúen, eso también me hace pensar un poco en el amigo de Andrés y el trabajo que ellos han estado haciendo y realmente puede marcar una diferencia. Hay tantas organizaciones, les decía, ¿verdad? Que acabo de terminar este libro. No sé si se alcanza a ver, pero es otra organización maravillosa, pero trágica en cierto sentido, porque son personas que han perdido a sus seres queridos y, y han tenido dificultades, pero se juntan para tratar de cambiar el mundo. Claro, esto es como una narración de ficción, pero que se basa en hechos reales entre dos personas, uno israelí, otro palestino, que perdieron sus hijos a partir de un conflicto y del conflicto y se han juntado posteriormente. Así que hay muchas organizaciones allá afuera que están tratando de marcar una gran diferencia y tenemos que estar juntos. Y es una lástima que esto lo tengamos que hacer a través del sistema virtual. Me encantaría poder estar en Chile. Andrés, dos preguntas que quizás puedes resolverlas con un solo enfoque. ¿Usted se enfoca en fortalecer los puntos en comunes o en debilitar las diferencias? Y la otra pregunta es, su experiencia, ¿cuál ha sido su experiencia como psicoterapeuta con sus pacientes después de que usted ha compartido sus vulnerabilidades? ¿En español o en inglés? En polaco.
¿Qué prefieres, español o inglés?
A ver, yo creo que la primera pregunta es tiene dos caras, ¿verdad? Es una moneda de dos caras. Si hay reducir las diferencias o aumentar las similitudes, me parece que de alguna forma estamos hablando de lo mismo. Nosotros estamos mucho más cercanos a nuestros pacientes que lo que ha establecido el modelo médico. El modelo médico y el modelo científico en general ha explotado de cierta forma las diferencias entre los que tienen y los que no tienen. En este caso, los que tienen alguna enfermedad mental y los que no. Y hemos perdido algo ahí en entre medio. Hemos perdido parte de la humanidad, de nuestro contacto. Como alguien que ha experimentado depresión, tal como ya compartí, yo lo veo como uno de mis superpoderes. No lo veo como un algo negativo, sino como un algo positivo. Eso me permite tener una capacidad de poder entender a mis pacientes y me parece que es una condición que uno tiene simplemente que abordar con humildad, con sinceridad. Somos mucho más parecidos que diferentes. Ahora, la segunda pregunta es excelente también. ¿Cómo hago esto en mi práctica clínica como terapeuta, entre paciente y doctor? La verdad es que sí, eso afecta todo lo que yo hago. Yo veo, sobre todo trabajando en un hospital, que lo que hacemos cambian las cosas para el futuro. Muy distinto cuando a mí me tocó ir a la universidad donde uno tenía que ser perfecto porque los doctores éramos perfectos. Y esta fantasía de que los doctores son perfectos, que sigue estando muy viva, ha hecho mucho daño para la profesión. La medicina tiene un alto nivel de suicidio, una tasa de suicidio superior a muchas otras carreras. Las personas que son infelices, que practican, que ejercen la medicina, tiene mucho que ver con que tenemos que lidiar con esto solos en vez de abrir el corazón y abrirnos y compartir. Así que yo no tengo claro tampoco una señal de neón que dice, no, yo pasé por depresión, no, tampoco, porque no se trata de mí. Pero cuando el momento es el correcto, ese momento para compartir y decir, sí, puede ser yo, puede ser mis hijos. No hay ningún tipo de vergüenza en compartirlo. Y con frecuencia, con mis pacientes y con sus padres, uso la analogía de que yo uso lentes, como ustedes se darán cuenta, y me encanta mi oftalmólogo, a quien veo 2 o 3 veces al año. Y también tengo, bueno, tengo que ir al dentista, ¿verdad? Y me encanta mi dentista por las caries que tengo. Y sí, voy al oftalmólogo y me gusta. Voy al dentista y me gusta. ¿Y por qué ir al psiquiatra tendría que ser distinto? Es decir, estar en el mismo plano. porque no hay ningún tipo de vergüenza, todo lo contrario. Yo creo que esto nos da más bien un poder adicional, esto de reconocer que somos más parecidos de lo que creen. Tengo que responder otra pregunta, un par de preguntas que llegaron sobre por qué nos centramos tanto en el conflicto israelí-palestino. Y es una decisión que yo tomé adrede. Quizás porque nosotros, a ver, Ruth vive en Israel, sí, pero para la mayoría esto parece como algo muy distante, ¿verdad? Si yo hubiese escogido algún conflicto político, racial, y sobre todo lo que está ocurriendo actualmente en Chile, podría haber sido demasiado cercano para muchas personas como para empezar a involucrarse en ello. Es decir, y los conflictos no debieran ser tan distantes, ni siquiera los neuróticos, o ni siquiera estas problemas mentales que nosotros tenemos porque tenemos que empezar con nuestro trabajo, ¿verdad? Pero esta es la razón por la cual nos centramos en ese conflicto y no en todos los otros conflictos. Ahora, Ruth, ¿cómo suprimimos esa supresión que nosotros empezamos a ejercer como adultos en la empatía de que nosotros debiéramos sentir cuando nos exponemos al sufrimiento de personas que están del otro lado del conflicto? Bueno, uno de mis alumnos fue, una de mis alumnas me dijo, en las noticias he escuchado que 3 niños murieron y luego dicen in Rahat, que es un pueblo árabe. Y yo digo, gracias a Dios, no es de este lado de la frontera. Quiero decir, hay algo que nosotros desarrollamos a través del pertenecer, no es algo automático. Es algo que nosotros aprendemos porque pertenecemos a cierta sociedad y algunas enseñanzas muy sutiles de nuestros padres, de nuestros mentores y de nuestros amigos, comenzando desde el nivel preescolar. Somos nosotros y ellos. Nosotros somos los buenos y ellos son los malos. Nosotros somos los elegidos y ellos no. Nosotros estamos correctos en este conflicto y ellos no. Y entonces todo esto realmente llega a decantar en nuestro cerebro, sobre todo en las áreas de procesamiento de mayor nivel, no la parte automática de nuestro cerebro que responde de igual manera en cualquier ser humano, pero esa parte del cerebro, del procesamiento que se desarrolla un poco después del cerebro automático, evalúa esto, un dolor que pertenece a nuestro grupo o al de ellos. ¿Está bien que inflijamos ese dolor o no está bien que lo inflijamos? ¿Ellos son los correctos o son los incorrectos? Y me parece que sin esas enseñanzas, sin esa socialización con los grupos, que muchas veces es la forma más fácil de hacerla, la socialización, lo sabemos a través de de muchos usos, ¿verdad? Y a veces abusamos diciendo ellos están en contra de nosotros, ellos nos quieren destruir. Nosotros estamos acá, tenemos que unirnos y tenemos que funcionar en contra de ellos. Así que todo esto tiene un impacto en el cerebro y automáticamente suprime esta empatía que sentimos hacia otros seres humanos. Y este objetivo, como decían recién, comer juntos, aprender sobre el otro, leer sobre otros, cantar juntos, bailar juntos, conversar, darnos cuenta que básicamente somos lo mismo, tiene esa intención, esa práctica de socialización a la que todos hemos estado expuestos desde nuestra infancia y decir, somos mucho más parecidos de lo que somos diferentes, ¿sí? O básicamente no somos tan distintos como se nos ha hecho creer. Ok, aquí hay una muy difícil en términos de paz mental, paz que legalizan dejando el aborto de lado porque me parece que esa es una conversación bastante compleja, sospecho, pero yo estaba pensando un poco a medida que escuchaba a mis colegas hablar sobre lo de los niños de 15 años, cómo los ayudamos. Hay algo que a mí me gustaría más bien enfatizar, que es que el trabajo que todos hacemos como individuales, como ONGs, nivel nacional como una prioridad importantísima. Si queremos realmente tener personas con neuronas de paz que puedan florecer, tienen que ocurrir cosas desde arriba. A veces es fácil sentir la desesperación porque sabemos que el dinero del gobierno no siempre está bien. Sin ponerme político en este país, por lo menos sé que hay algunas señales de esperanza. Pero también en mi querido Chile, que está en un momento bien complicado, existen también señales de esperanza. Y me gustaría compartir, por ejemplo, que habiendo encuestado a psiquiatras de cómo están lidiando con la pandemia a lo largo del mundo, uno de los ejemplos viene de Chile, donde mi amigo Matías Irarrázaval, no sé si por casualidad estará escuchándonos, pero Matías es un psiquiatra infantil que fue designado por las autoridades del país para coordinar un centro de respuesta mental ante la situación de COVID-19. Es uno de los ejemplos desde arriba. Si es que queremos tener respeto, si queremos tener niños, ese tipo de cosas se tienen que hacer. Sí, podemos comer pasa con el alimentar, alimentar a la comunidad desde allá arriba, como les decía, y puede sonar medio tonto, pero las mejores intervenciones de salud mental fue del profesor de China. La mejor intervención que nosotros hemos tenido es el arroz. Esa es, proviene de China, como les decía. Es decir, es un alimento básico, ¿verdad? Entonces sí, claro, bailemos juntos, celebremos, pero asegurémonos que como instituciones nosotros prioricemos eso. Ahora, estoy ignorando un poco su tema sobre el aborto, porque me parece que en la escala un poco mayor tenemos, o sea, tantas otras cosas en que centrarnos que cuando empezamos a entrar en estos temas tan difíciles, podemos perder el foco de la conversación. Sí, a ver, reflexionando un poco sobre la pregunta y el comentario, también yo creo que hay un hilo común que me parece que es algo un poco personal, si quiere, desde mi punto de vista en las ciencias clínicas. Fui a Jerusalén a estudiar ciencias políticas e historia cuando era joven en Israel y claro, estuve un poco desilusionado porque me di cuenta que gran parte de las restricciones que había o gran parte de los conflictos que había ahí era el concepto de alienación, que me parece que era la raíz de gran parte de las enfermedades históricas. En Israel, en el siglo XX, vimos que vimos que cuando el interno es muy débil, las fuerzas externas pueden llevarnos a hacer cosas terribles. Pero el concepto de alienación me llevó a mí al concepto del individuo y de qué manera surge la mente individual. Así que cuando nosotros hablamos sobre este enfoque terapéutico, donde nosotros básicamente estamos modelando nuestras relaciones, relaciones que pueden instalar confianza en otro, es un dominio de pensamiento totalmente distinto, haciendo que todo sea abstracto, pensando sobre grandes males y grandes bienes. Cuando yo pienso sobre esas dos fuerzas, y estoy acá en Atlanta, el doctor Martin Luther King, ha ejercido una influencia importante en la forma como piensan las personas acá en esta sociedad, incluso cuando hay fuerzas horribles que vienen desde más arriba a nivel nacional. Para alguien que cree que nosotros, cada uno de nosotros, incluyendo quienes nos escuchan en este momento, que ejercemos un impacto importante en nuestro entorno, el campo de batalla para eso es una relación. De la misma manera en la que Ruth hablaba sobre el poder terapéutico de una relación que se va a construir, bueno, las herramientas de nuestro cerebro, las que utilizamos para pensar y para concebir el mundo, y más importante aún, las actitudes emocionales, las predisposiciones con las que nosotros enfrentamos el mundo ocurren dentro del microcosmo de las relaciones. Y a veces siento una tremenda frustración por el de tener por esa brecha que existe entre la vida interna de alguna persona y la construcción de estos tremendos males o tremendas enfermedades. Puede ser el fascismo, puede ser disparidades raciales o cómo la gente considera a grandes cantidades de personas como un cierto estereotipo. Así que igual yo todavía encuentro que es fácil odiar cuando lo que se odia es abstracto. Es mucho más posible amar al individuo. Y desde mi punto de vista, una de las cosas importantes que todavía no hemos logrado, desde la salud mental hasta la salud pública, es justamente ese mensaje, que sí, hay mucho poder. Es una semilla para la salud pública cuando nosotros fomentamos relaciones entre individuos. Y para eso se requiere de variedad de experiencias, como mencionaba Jim. Sí, hay que pensar en conjunto, pero sí, a veces hay que sufrir en conjunto. Eh, es decir, si yo soy segunda generación de sobrevivientes acá y siempre trato de considerar no solamente lo que me ocurre a mí, sino también lo que le ocurre a mis padres en el holocausto. Y para mí es una experiencia transformadora. Si hubiese alguna pequeña luz de esperanza, es la que evolutivamente, biológicamente, nuestro mundo interno, estamos que traer esa experiencia e involucrarla en las políticas públicas. Yo a veces me siento no solamente frustrado, sino que a veces me encuentro sorprendido por las personas igual. Concepto de salud pública, el concepto del holocausto, el concepto del racismo al individuo en la salud, a la salud individual, la sensación de alguien personas que han sobrevivido el holocausto, personas negras que han sido segregadas, tarea muy difícil. Sí, déjenme decir algunas cositas adicionales. No tenía no había sufrido ningún tipo de discapacidad y de repente yo estaba viviendo en una unidad residencial para adultos que habían pasado la mayor parte de su vida en hospitales. Estas son personas que son muy distintos a los otros individuos, no solamente que yo haya visto en toda mi vida, sino a los otros que yo veía en mi universidad. Teníamos conversaciones muy respetuosas. O sea, yo estaba recién aprendiendo a hablar inglés y algunos de ellos hablaban inglés británico maravilloso, pero en ese entorno en el que yo me encontraba, que yo estaba viviendo ahí, era porque la idea era cómo empoderar a esos individuos que habían pasado toda su vida en ese tipo de hospitales y que ahora estaban en ese tipo de residencia y yo estaba ahí para ayudar a empoderarlos. Y no hubo nada más formativo para mí como clínico, que el entender que hay distintas maneras de tener discapacidades. Tenemos discapacidades mentales, discapacidades de movilidad. Sí, hay problemas mentales importantísimos, pero esta noción que es en parte de naturaleza, pero también en parte de Dios, de que hay un respeto que hay que entregarle a cualquier ser humano, es algo que me permitió crecer y entender que hay distintas experiencias, toda esa empatía. Déjenme decirles nuevamente que van a subirse al sitio web de la Fundación Fundamental, fundamental.org. Para algunas de las personas que no pudieron conectarse a través del link que compartimos con ustedes, partimos muy también que muchas otras. ¿Podrías tú clarificar nuevamente entregarle amor y todo va a estar bien, ¿no? Entonces, la sincronía es un trabajo muy duro, muy difícil, porque nosotros sabemos desde los trabajos del tiempo y luego hay que darle un poco de espacio. Una día grande para los niños y parte desde muy temprano, cuando uno tiene que, mientras interactúan con uno, algunos momentos de descanso y luego crecen y finalmente en algún momento se van o tienen distintas opiniones a uno cuando ya crecen y uno quiere que hagan una cosa, pero ellos quieren hacerlo de otra forma. Ese es el trabajo difícil del amor que los niños son. Los hijos son personas autónomas, los podemos acompañar, los podemos contener, apoyarlos, pero no podemos decidir por ellos ni controlarlos. Y no es fácil. Si nos conectamos con los bebés a través de nuestros sentidos, de la visión, del contacto, ¿qué pasa cuando tenemos una madre ciega o quizás sorda? A ver, las madres ciegas, a ver, yo partí mi vida profesional trabajando 7 años como terapeuta en música con niños con ceguera congénita y son exquisitamente sensibles ante otros humanos, por supuesto a las señales auditivas, pero también del contacto, otras percepciones. Realmente son capaces de evaluar tu estado de ánimo con una fineza exquisita. Y las madres ciegas pueden ser muy sensibles también a través de otras modalidades sensoriales. Muchas veces esos niños no sufren. Y lo mismo ocurre con las madres sordas. Cuando la madre está en sintonía y le pone su energía a la crianza de sus hijos, encontrará maneras de sincronizarse incluso con uno de esos problemas que mencionas. A ver, Andrés, acabo de recibir una pregunta privada de tu amigo psicoanalista. Dice, ¿se puede practicar psicoterapia dinámica? ¿Qué pasa con las transferencias si uno comparte su vulnerabilidad? Sí, lo hace más interesante aún. Todos tenemos muchos puntos ciegos. Hablando nuevamente de la ceguera, uno no tiene que ser ciego para efectivamente serlo. No sé si me explico. Yo le diría a este colega, o más bien yo le daría vuelta a la pregunta, se la devolvería diciendo, ¿pueden imaginarse la cantidad de esfuerzo mental que implica el no compartir? Yo sé, eso sí lo sé yo, porque durante muchos años no compartí. Así que tengo un ensayo, ficción, el no entregarlo, lo que nos quita la energía. En cambio, al momento de dar y de compartir, uno recibe de vuelta. Ruth, cuando tú hablabas del 30% de sincronía, y los padres o enemigos y amigos, yo sé que tú estabas directamente hablando de él. Digamos, o sea, hay algo a ustedes de dar unas palabras de cierre antes de que terminemos.
We got into psychoanalytic science.
Sí, nosotros estamos en la ciencia del psicoanálisis. No sé si hay alguien que quiera compartir algún par de palabras, un mensaje antes de que terminemos. Sí, yo encantado.
Yeah, go ahead.
Pues en español, diste muchas gracias tú, Pato, pero y estados y países y planetas, y creo que nos has ayudado a hilar la comunalidad entre todos estos temas. Así que enormes gracias y que tendremos la oportunidad de estar en Valparaíso, en Santiago, en el norte, en el sur, en los volcanes, en los lagos, en uno de los países más hermosos y más significativos para mí personalmente, la tierra de Neruda, la tierra de Fishman, la tierra de los vinos y las playas, y esperemos estar en Chile juntos muy pronto. Gracias, Pato.
Well, thank you very much.
Gracias a ti.
Como Andrés dijo,
gracias, Ami. Gracias, Andrés. It's lunchtime here, so I
Bueno,
could even...
aquí ya es hora de almuerzo, así que para cenar. Yo he aprendido mucho de ustedes. Me siento afortunado de tenerlos como mentores, como amigos. Y para cerrar, quiero despedirme diciendo lo que Ruth me enseñó. Un abrazo de oxitocina desde mi alma para sus almas. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Shalom.